Hello everyone and welcome to this very special FPL Game Week 10 charity stream, taking you from the press conferences through to the Game Week 10 deadline at 6:30 tonight. The plan is to be live for 6 hours. I don't know whether I can talk for 6 hours. I don't know whether we'll have enough to discuss for 6 hours. But here we go. Hopefully my PC lives up to it as well. Cross your fingers, guys, and strap yourselves in because it's going to be a really busy one. The purpose of the stream is to raise as much money as we can for Cancer Research UK. Really easy to get involved. Even if you can't afford to donate, that's absolutely fine. You can help support the stream by giving it a like and subscribing to the channel. That will get it out to as many people as possible. And if you were to retweet my pinned tweet on Twitter or X as well, that will obviously help as well to send more people this way. Tell your mates. But if you do want to donate through the stream to Cancer Research UK, then you can do so by using the super chat and the super thanks. So I'm thrilled that so many people are already joining me today. There's over 100 of you in. So first thing we need to do is get the stream to 100 likes. Over the next 2 hours or so, the focus is going to be on the Premier League press conferences. There are just 13 scheduled to keep me nice and busy. We've got Brighton coming up very soon. And then at 1 o'clock, there's 3 press conferences: Chelsea, Liverpool and Wolves. Then at 1:30, we've got Arsenal, Brentford, Everton, Fulham, Luton, Man City, Man United, and then at 2:30 we've got Aston Villa and Forest. Then we'll probably do a few more fun things in the middle for the next couple of hours until we get to around 4:30, at which point we will start really focusing on the deadline decision. So if you're in, make sure you're hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel as well. And do come and say hello in the chat. Lots of faces in already, which is great to see. We've got a few mods in as well. VJ and Simon are both modding. Everyone seems to be telling me where they are today as well, which is great to see. That TPS player is in. Balaji is in. Liam, Marcus, Dev, Stephen, Lightrays, Rashid, Nelson, Mark, Tegu, Aksha is in modding as well. And Mark has already asked, big question has to be, what is going to be the question asked the most times over the 6 hour period? Yeah, it's probably going to be like who to captain or something like that. Good to see so many of you in already. Let's get the stream up to 100 likes to start off with, because that's certainly going to help. And if you do want to get more people here, help me get the stream out to more people. That will get more ad revenue for the stream as well. If you wanted to head over to my Twitter account at Hollyshand and then just retweet my pinned tweet, then that will definitely help to get more people here. I've not made my transfers yet either, still. I'm still a bit lost of what to do, but hopefully you guys can help me decide in the next 6 hours exactly what I should be doing with my team. I've got 2 free transfers. One of Watkins or Saka will be coming in today. It's just which one. I'll show you my kind of potential moves. Hopefully someone can point me in the right direction of what moves you think are optimal this week. I'm a bit torn. My initial plan was to get Saka in, and the only way I can do this is by getting rid of Maddison and then bringing Tsimikas into the defence for Botman. So that was plan A, which I can still do. And there's still a good chance that I will make that move. The alternative transfer that I've been thinking about in the last few days is Alvarez out for Watkins. And to afford that, I'd need to go from Udogie down to Tsimikas. Now, I thought I could potentially get priced out of this move last night, but haven't done so. I've got the exact funds for that. I don't know how I then get to Saka, but at the moment, I feel like over the next 2 game weeks, I think Watkins will outscore Saka over the next 2. And Saka still seemed to be struggling in the Champions League midweek as well. I've put my team into the AI tool on Fantasy Football Hub to give me some inspiration. I think earlier in the week, the suggestion was to do the move for Saka in for Maddison, but I feel like it could potentially say something different. So option one, which I guess is another option, is that I keep Maddison, I keep Alvarez, and I just do Botman to Tsimikas. But then the alternative option is this move that I've been weighing up at the moment. As you can see, Watkins predicted to outscore Alvarez in each of the next 5 game weeks. And Tsimikas set to outscore Udogie in 4 of the next 5 game weeks as well. So certainly some interesting potential moves there. So that's what I'm weighing up at the moment. So interested to hear your thoughts on that. We're nearly at 100 likes. There's 87 of you that have liked out of the 154 watching. Remember, it does help to get the stream out to more people and obviously raise some money for Cancer Research UK. So in terms of what's coming up then, we have had some press conferences already, and I am going to be also looking out for comments from the Brighton press conference, which should be going on around now. I don't think I can see any evidence of it yet, which is a shame, but it doesn't matter. We're going to keep an eye on things, and hopefully at some point we'll get that news coming through from De Zerbi. We should hear from basically all the all the Premier League managers today. As sometimes it can be a bit hit and miss when it's been a Champions League and Europa League midweek. But I am going to hop over to my bookmarks and start having a look through what we've had already. And I guess the big one to start off with is the fitness of Udogie. Remember, Spurs press conference was yesterday because Spurs play Palace tonight. That's the kickoff at 8 p.m. at Crystal Palace. And that's why we've got news through from Palace and Spurs already, because the Spurs conference is normally on a Friday. Destiny Udogie will be assessed ahead of the Palace fixture. Doesn't give us a great deal of information, but there is some more information further up that I've got pinned as well. I have got a little video with Postecoglou's comments as well that we'll play later. We've got this weird situation where Tonali has been banned, but Eddie Howe's press conference this morning basically said he's not been banned yet and he could play tomorrow, which seems a bit crazy. And we've also got, don't need that one anymore, I don't think. I'll play the Postecoglou comments soon. This is the full quote from Postecoglou. Destiny, we're going to look and assess. It's a short turnaround, so we'll see how he does today and make a decision tomorrow. That was the big one from the press conferences yesterday. We also heard yesterday from Crystal Palace, Burnley and Sheffield United. Crystal Palace, I don't think there was anything too significant. James Tompkins is a new injury. There's a few players still out long term. Burnley yesterday, we had update that the squad's fairly in line. Connor Roberts is suspended, of course. And from Sheffield United, I can't get my words out. It's a good start. 12 minutes in. McBurney has not trained after an adductor problem last weekend. Baldock has rejoined the group. I was hoping he would drop in price overnight and then I could get another move to Saka. So that was an interesting one. And then we've got this situation at Arsenal. This will mean all eyes on the Arsenal press conference. Gabriel Jesus went off injured in the Champions League the other night. Not expected to be serious. He's going to have a scan today. So that's important news. And also there was a comment, I think, on Saka as well. We've had our first donation in from Simon. Thank you so much. Simon said, let's kick off the contributions to cancer research. I lost my father in June to pancreatic cancer. Nothing but support and appreciation for all that cancer research do. I know there's a big international audience that watches the channel, but certainly Cancer Research UK in the UK is doing great things in terms of, trying to find new treatments for cancer so that, people like Simon and myself, we're not losing our parents to cancer. This is why I wanted to do the stream for Cancer Research UK. To be fair, I did put out a poll on the community page to see if anyone wanted to, support different charities, but it was Cancer Research that got the most votes. So thank you for the first donation from Simon. Sorry to hear of your loss last year as well. I lost my dad to cancer, I think it's 16 years ago now. Doesn't really get any easier, if I'm honest. But yeah, this is why I wanted to support Cancer Research on stream. So thank you for that one. Hopefully the first of many today. As I said, if you can't afford to donate, that's absolutely fine. Like and subscribe will get the stream out to more people, and we will get YouTube revenue just from people watching the stream. But obviously, if you can donate, then that would be brilliant as well. And hopefully I'll be able to top it up a little bit at the end as well when we get the final amount through from YouTube. Moving back to the injury news, this was an interesting comment from the Spurs journalist Paul O'Keefe, basically saying that Udogie is fine. He's available for selection, but so is Ben Davies, and it's up to Postecoglou to decide who to start. Obviously, no European involvement certainly helps in terms of Udogie and not having to protect him so much, but Davies is available as well, which we've got to note. And then this morning, we've had from Newcastle, Isaac, recurrence of a groin injury. This could be good news for Wilson. Murphy is out. Botman's on the grass, but not with the group. Anderson out for 2 months with a back injury. And this was from Newcastle in the know, Sean Casey. Won't be long before we see Anthony Gordon in the centre-forward position. He'll be rotating with Wilson while Isaac is injured. That is quite tempting. And from the Bournemouth press conference, which was about half an hour ago, Neto's going to be missing that game. Quite a significant injury for Bournemouth. I think that could potentially help Burnley. Suffered an ankle injury. He'll be back after the break. That was the main one there as well. We've had another donation in from Killerat. Man living with cancer. Wow, Killerat. And you're always on streams, and I never heard of your story. And he says, as a man living with cancer, I'm really happy you are doing this. Thank you for the donation, Killerat. That's amazing. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Treatment's going well if you're in treatment at the moment. I know it can be very tough, but keep battling, keep fighting. We want to see you here for these streams for many, many years to come. I'm going to hop over to the tweet deck to see what's going on, because we was expecting the Brighton press conference at 12:30 supposedly, and I cannot see any comments through yet. I don't know if this is related or not. Bonate picked up a knock in the closing stages. So a lot of love for a Dringer as well. Another super chat in from Owen Wilson, $4.99. Thank you so much, Owen. Which is great. Killerat said my prognosis is good. I don't need treatment right now. That's brilliant. That's fantastic news, Killerat. So yeah, we're waiting for updates from Brighton that we haven't got yet. But as I mentioned, at 1 o'clock, we've got Chelsea, Liverpool and Wolves. And then at 1:30, we've got Arsenal, Brentford, Everton, Fulham, Luton, City and United. What I want to know to guide me in the content on the stream is, what do you need to know from the press conferences? An update on Jesus would be great, as would Saka, to be fair. But who else have you got in your squad that's injured that you need updates from today? I've got Burke at Luton, who's flagged. And also Udogie, but we're not going to get updates on Udogie. But we should, because it's the early kickoff, we should find out some information. We've got the stream to 100 likes, which is brilliant. Keep subscribing to the channel as well. And if you did want to go over to my profile on Twitter and so I've not even got the right screen up, and retweet the charity stream, that will send more people this way, which will help to gather more ad revenue as well. What I was just going to do, if I can even find the right tab for the chat, I seem to have so much open today that I can barely keep up. Gabby's saying you dog. It's you doggy, isn't it? What do I say? You dozy, you doggy. I'll try and get better at that. So donate by watching, like and subscribe, and use the super chat or super thanks. I will get there. I'm going to have to get better at the multitasking today, aren't I? It could be carnage later on. But we'll see how it goes. Birdie is in as well. Good to see you. I've probably missed loads of questions in the chat. I'll put my team back on screen for now. The mess that is my team at the moment. I just wanted to do a few more hellos while we're waiting for some more news. I've got Raunak in modding as well. Says thank you for doing this holiday, Holly. Charity very close to my heart. Also, let me know in the chat where you are in the world right now. VJ is in York. Simon is in Wiltshire. I said hello to Akshat already, I think. He said evening, guys. If it's evening where you are, Akshat, then what time is it going to be at the deadline in 6 hours? We've nearly got through the first 20 minutes. That TPS player is in. Good to see you. FPL Down Under is here. Mark is in. Malcolm. Russell says Budapest Blades are here. Does that mean you're in Budapest? Sabels is in Malaysia. Mike says best of luck with the dream. Neil said, such a great cause, Holly. Thanks in advance for raising money for an important cause. There are some FPL questions mixed in as well. It's just interesting to hear people's stories and know where you are as well in the world. We've got loads of comments of where people are. Gabby's in Egypt, quite a few in the UK, India, Netherlands, Malaysia, London. Simon from Hull's probably the closest to me at the moment. I'm in a pretty damp, cold Lincolnshire at the moment. Liam from Stokes probably winning the competition for the least exciting place. Sorry, Liam. It's 11 p.m. In India, says Santosh. Who's going to be here for the 6 hours? That's what I want to know. Who's going to stick with me all the way to the deadline? Because, you know, that's massive. Just by watching, though, you are supporting as well, which is amazing. Another super thanks from... Oh, we've got loads coming in from FPL Down Under. For everyone out there who's suffering from or caring for anyone with cancer, yeah, it's not a nice thing that exists in this world. Thank you for the donation. And Killer Rat, who's been a member for 2 months now. I swear you've been around for longer than that. I'm in Sweden, but I come from Milton Keynes originally. I'm sure Sweden is a lot more picturesque than Milton Keynes. Ashley in Lincoln, pretty close to me as well, running through the competition. And Rannock has pledged to stick with me throughout, which is brilliant to see. I know people have things to do and you can't all be here all day, but make sure if you are in that you're hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel as well. Just going to check whether, if I get the right tab, I'll get there eventually, we've had any updates from the press conference yet. Here we go. It looks like De Zerbi is in. We need points on the table. We need to keep a high position in the table. We can't keep our head in the Ajax game. This is the only way we can improve. So it looks like De Zerbi is in. We just don't have any meaningful comments at the moment, but I'm sure they'll come. No new injury news from last night. For sure, I have to change something in the first 11. We can't lose any other players. Lamptey and Estupinan are getting close, though, which is promising news. So we know what De Zerbi's like in terms of his rotation. It looks like it's going to be coming again very soon as this weekend, unfortunately. It doesn't help in terms of minutes. How do Matoma owners think about those comments from De Zerbi? Let me, I'll post it in the chat as well. Is that going to let me send that? I've got some like a weird... I'm searching for emojis and I don't want to be. I might just need to give this a little refresh, else it's all going to go to pot. So probably not the best news from the Brighton press conference, but at least we've got some news in already. We've already raised £68.10, guys, for cancer research, which is amazing. And that's without the ad revenue. I think there is an ad coming up shortly. If you want to watch it, it will help with raising more money. I am going to make sure I'm answering some questions then. We have got more press conferences coming up at 1 o'clock. Chelsea, Liverpool and Wolves. And obviously if De Zerbi says anything else important, we'll have that covered as well. Ivo says Matoma the real consistent for De Zerbi. He did play 45 minutes the other day though, isn't it? Interesting comment from De Zerbi as well. Another clean sheet is a key target for Sunday. I don't think they've got a clean sheet in the Premier League yet. Could be wrong. Pretty sure. So yeah, that's obviously going to help. The other thing I want to get your thoughts on, well, I'll do this a few times in the next 6 hours, but I want to know who everyone is captaining this week. I literally can't list all the options because there's too many. But I'm going to go with the main options. So we've got Haaland, as always. We've got Watkins against Luton. We've got Salah against Forest. And we've got Saka against Sheffield United. So we'll get those in. So let me know in the poll. What your thoughts are on captaincy. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have Captain Salah. Probably vice-captain Son. That's where I'm at with it at the minute. Killer Rat sold Botman and bought Simicast. That's one of the moves I'm looking at making as well. Ronica says, what's a good goalkeeper duo from here on? I think funds are so precious. I think Areola Turner, the cheap rotation, is probably the way to go at the moment. Killer Rat says Salah again. He got me a huge green arrow last week. Yeah, I've got to agree there. I think those that went without Haaland and sold him a few weeks ago kind of got away with it. But where it's really paid off is that you've been captaining Salah. And, you know, I think it's 4 double-digit hauls in the last 5 for Salah now, which is just incredible. And you look at his home performances. He scored against Bournemouth 5 points, scored against Villa 8 points, scored against West Ham 10 points, got a brace against Everton 16 points. Uktash has said, what's my team value? It's 102.6, which I think is fairly decent. I'd love to get Saka in and turn Mbomo into Saka. Which, this is the other option, I guess. I'd have to play Charlie Taylor this week away at Bournemouth. Well, Bournemouth have not scored many goals this season. So that's another option. Bournemouth have scored just 6 goals. So I could sell Mbomo for Saka and downgrade Udogie to Udogie, if I say it correctly, for Taylor. And go without Watkins. What do we think to that? I think if there's positive news on Burke, I mean, I'm not expecting much against Villa, but at least if he's available, I just feel like Botman's definitely out. My bench is looking quite weak. So I could do that. And then that allows me to keep Maddison. That midfield looks pretty tasty, doesn't it? Saka, Salah, Maddison, Son, Diaby. The other option, which I'm leaning towards at the moment, because I feel like it improves 2 parts of my squad, is to get in Watkins and Tsimikas for Udogie and Alvarez. Really need to work on my pronunciation. I've got to get one of Saka or Watkins in this week. I mean, I could take a -8, but I don't know if that helps. I could sell. Can I get a Gordon? No, I can't get Gordon. I've only got 5.5. It'd have to be Palmer. Do something like that for a -4. Basically, though, I really don't want to sell Maddison because I've had him since game week 1. And he's been pretty decent. And he's away this week. And you look at his away form. 9 points against Brentford. 10 points against Bournemouth. 7 points against Burnley. 9 points against Arsenal. 6 points against Luton. Mike says, waiting for Arteta's presser so I can move Bruno to Saka. Killerat did a -8. Tell me all your moves. Was it a move for Salah? No, you've captained him the last couple of weeks. That can't be it. Let me know, though. Right, I'm going to head back to the tweet deck then, because at 1 o'clock, which is now, we're waiting for news from Chelsea, Liverpool and Wolves. And I believe we've already got some news in. Brozier is not fit for Chelsea tomorrow. Nkunku is really, really close. Can you remember when we had Nkunku in all our drafts in game week 1? Simon's done a -12. That's just standard for you, Simon. I'm not even shocked by it anymore. Yeah, so Brozier out for Chelsea. Nkunku really, really close is interesting. I think that could be a worry for owners of Palmer. People have been buying Palmer because, he looks like he could possibly be playing out of position. But if Nkunku's close, that could change things. Nkunku and Jackson was really great in pre-season. I know it was just pre-season. Klopp is in as well. He said, I hope we can say hello to Divock, but we have to be ready for Forest. He's a bit of a Liverpool legend, isn't he? I'm just making sure that we've not missed anything while I've been chatting. I'm going to keep the tweet deck open now because I don't want to miss anything. There's 300 of you in now, which is great. Just by watching, you supporting Cancer Research UK. But if you hit the like button, then it gets the stream out to more people, which obviously will really help as well. And quite interesting to see kind of what happens with Chelsea. I feel like if they've got players coming back, it's certainly going to help them in terms of what they can be capable of doing. Yeah, Pochettino saying how important it is to have a good run at home, which I think is very true. Who else was we waiting for at 1 o'clock? I've forgotten now. Arsenal's not till 1:30. Chelsea, Liverpool, Wolves. So Klopp is in. Haven't seen anything from O'Neill yet. Chelsea is in as well. I'm not kind of expecting any injury news. Famous last words from Liverpool, but you never know. Reece James not ready to start. He'll be on the bench for Chelsea. Has anyone still got gusto? Uktosh is the 151st like on the stream. Thank you. Gabby's fancying Captain Watkins. Yeah, that's not bad. Simon, 30 minutes down, 330 to go. Thank you. I'm pleased that you're rooting for me. Joel says, is Ward-Prowse to Bowen worth a -4? No, I don't think so. Oh, FPL fella is in with a £10 donation. Thank you. Well done, Holly. Amazing work for an incredible cause. Thank you, Dan. Remember, as I said, if you're just watching the stream, there is going to be ad revenue just from watching the stream. So stay around for as long as you can and you can be supporting. Obviously, if you like and subscribe, it'll get it out to more people. More people will watch, more ad revenue. But if you are in a position where you can make a donation as well, super chat and super thanks is the way to do it. I can see on another tab how much revenue we've got from the chat so far. £78.11. It's always a bit of a weird number because we've got so many different currencies in play, but you know, that is fantastic. So thank you so much to everyone that's made a donation. We've had 6 in already, which is pretty sensational, and thank you for joining, Dan, as well. Is there anyone that's suddenly thinking going with Reece James on wildcard? It wouldn't be for me. In terms of the captain poll, Salah's running away with it at the moment. Watkins second favourite, which is interesting. A lot of love on FPL Twitter for Adringer. One other question, which I probably should have asked earlier, is... are you on a wildcard this week? There's about 350 of you in at the moment, so it'd be good to know how many of you are on the wildcard, and we can maybe do a bit of wildcard chat later on once we've got a lot of these press conferences out of the way as well. Marcus asked, just wondering your thoughts on taking a hit to replace Bruno for Saka. On paper, it's an obvious move, but I've got the real niggle that Bruno will do something big against City. I mean, does he have a record of doing well in a derby? Let's have a look. I always go on transfer market, by the way, just to get the record against opponents. I feel like my computer's already on a go slow. We're only half an hour in. It may end up just being a competition of who lasts first. Also, I use my phone as my webcam, and that's definitely going to run out of charge at some point. But I have got my battery pack, but it does make it very hot. Man City, 3 goals and 1 assist in the last 9. 2 goals in the Premier League. So he scored at home to United last season in a 2-1 win. Rupert is in and says someone types quickly. I don't think I'm that quick. Another super thanks in from Neil. My wife had her first day of chemo yesterday. This is a close case to my heart. Thank you, Holly. Oh, thank you, Neil. I hope your wife's feeling okay today. I know it can be pretty grueling chemo, especially if you've just gone for your first session and, you know, probably the rest of the cycle looking at both of you at the moment. But, you know, hope treatment goes well. Thank you so much for supporting as well. We're doing really well on donations already. I think we're up to £100 now. Thank you to for that donation, which is great. So thanks, Neil, for getting us over the £100 mark. fantastic to see. Going back, I can't even remember whose question it was now, or even where it is. Oh, it was Mark's, wasn't it? I think Saka to Fernandes. I think you can get it done. If we have a look at the points predictions as well over the next 4 game weeks, Saka predicted to score 22.9 v Fernandes 22.8. Not a lot in it. Certainly, Saka's got the edge this week, but Fernandes is predicted to outscore Saka for the 3 game weeks after that, which I was quite surprised about, actually. But, you know, Fernandes is definitely on penalties. Saka, we don't know, do we? I'd like to think that if they get another penalty, it will be Saka's turn, but there's no guarantees, is there? Let's see what's coming up here. I feel like we've had some more comments while I've missed. Looks like Pep could be in already, which is early for him. Interestingly, only 18% of you guys playing the wild card this week. Which I'm quite surprised about. I thought there'd be a few more than that, 136 votes. If you haven't voted yet, please do, even if it's to say no. I've had the Reece James quotes. A lot of talk on the fixtures as well. I'm going to bookmark this. I don't know how long this video is or even whether it will work. Potcher's been commenting on the penalty situation as well. He said it's a few players that can take penalties. It's about the feeling. The coaching staff give the possibility for them to decide. It's not only one player. Cole at the moment was ready for the 2 penalties. Could be Raheem or Nico if he's not on the pitch. So it looks like Sterling is second choice on penalties, which is an interesting quote to have. I want to see what Klopp's got to say, but I don't know how long this video is. It's a minute. I'll play it later. I may have a few little tactical video breaks later on when I need to fill up my water bottle. Give my voice a little rest. Seems quite busy with these press conferences though, and I think I was expecting Pep at 1:30, but it could be earlier. We'll see. And keep an eye on things. Let's see what else we've got going on in the chat as well. Twisted Sparky is in. I'll be honest, if you've got a question that you desperately want answering today, then probably the super chat or the super thanks could be the way to do it. That TPS player is being ambitious and say, let's get to £1,000. I mean, I'd be very happy if we got to £200. Last year, I did more of a charity week and we raised 150. So to improve on last year's 150 would be amazing. Anything else would be a bonus. FPL Fella says, great background. Looks like you're doing a press conference. Yeah, that was the aim at the start of the season. We're nearly at 200 likes, by the way, guys. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you hit the like button. Killer said I did a mega early wildcard. I will not wildcard in anger again. That's always the way, isn't it? Always the way that it kind of pans out. I still don't know what I'm going to do in terms of my moves. I am really surprised, though, that there's not that many of you playing the wild card. KM is in with a donation as well. Might not be much if you convert it to pounds. Doesn't matter, KM. Does not matter. Anything that you can give. I don't want people to give more than they can afford. That's not the point. That's why I said if you're here watching and you've liked it and you've shared it and you've told your mates to come and join, that is enough to get some ad revenue. But I really do appreciate that extra bonus donation as well. The big news that I'm waiting for then is from Arsenal. Because Saka, I mean, he played most of the game, didn't he, in the Champions League, but he did get some treatment at some point. What I want to know, actually, and I will put this in a poll, seeing as we've done the wild card. Ivo says Luz Botman is about to drop in value. Yeah, probably. We've made it to 200 likes as well, which is amazing. The other question I want to ask is who should be the bigger priority to transfer in? Because this is where I'm a bit stuck at the moment. Do I go Saka or do I go Watkins? So I've just put that live on the chat. I've still got the tweet deck open, by the way. But yeah, it's a bit steady at the moment. Tell you what, we might just play the Klopp video in a minute. Killerat says, I usually send you memberships. Today you get donations. Wow. This is the second one, Killerat. I mean, you're going to be poor by the time we've reached the end of the stream. But I mean, that is amazing. That you've taken us up basically to 250 quid. Which is way above what I thought we'd be able to raise in stream. So that's amazing, mate. Thank you so much. You know, you're saving lives by watching, and certainly that donation is huge as well. So thank you. I'm a bit overwhelmed, actually. I don't quite know what to say other than thank you. If anyone did want to become a channel member today as well, I will top it up as well. But it just didn't feel right to say that was the way to support. It's easier with super chats and super thanks because YouTube adds it all up for me and it stops it getting messy. I should have a final figure by Sunday, I think. YouTube just takes a couple of days to kind of like sort it out and add it up. It's ad revenue. I don't quite know how it works, but yeah, Sunday should be when we get it. But yeah, amazing killer ads. So thank you so much. Eric Ten Hag will be in position to face the Midday ahead of Sunday's derby. That's coming up as well. I'm just going to take the headphones out and turn up the volume so that we can see what some of these say. Is that going to work? Oh, it's just him sitting down. That didn't help then, did it? Let's see what Brighton have posted all theirs as a thread. Dick Smith has come in with a donation as well, $1.99. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. What I wanted to hear from was Klopp. Hopefully this will work.
The young Mo was a super fast player who could go in behind, played at Rome together with Jaco. Jaco controlled the ball or deflected it, and Mo was there. Stuff like this here from the first day. He had to do different things. He adapted extremely well, but the playmaker in that front row was probably more Bobby setting things up. And you don't need then two players who are a bit deeper. It's not that good anyway, because you need players in the box. You need players to bring the ball over the line. And so now it's slightly different, especially with Darwin when he's playing. We have another speed player up there. So that changed Mo's position definitely, and he's smart enough to adapt to all these different things. Yeah, it's a massive development since he arrived, but he was in all phases world class, and that's probably the best you can say about a player.
Hopefully you heard all of that. It's just, I don't really know what to say about Salah at the moment. He's just doing it in all competitions, isn't he? And I think the advantage now is that he did get that little bit of a rest and still played well. The injuries are cropping up at Brighton now, aren't they? Solly March out for a while. Welbeck out as well. I've had some more donations, which is brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone. Where did we get up to? KM says, any recent breakthroughs in cancer research? Remember seeing a community post from some channel I'm not subscribed to. You can go on the Cancer Research UK website and get lots of information on that. Did you hear that video all right, by the way? But yeah, there's certainly breakthroughs coming all the time. And it all helps, doesn't it? And a donation from Josh as well, which is great to see. TPS player said he disappeared while it was playing. Yeah, did just top up the water bottle. Simon, that goal last night with his right foot, Salah looks in peak form. Robert says, any news on Estepinian? I'm pretty sure there was word that he shouldn't be too long. Looks like there's a big role for Adringer to play, though. Certainly with Solly March out now. Big loss, though, for Brighton. Yeah. De Zerbi implied in Friday's press conference that both Estupiñán and Lamptey weren't too far away from recovery. So that's definitely promising. I can't seem to find the exact quote. The actual bit that we wanted from Klopp, I seem to have missed as well. Very little team news to go on, with players being assessed over the next 24 hours. Jones is suspended. Robertson may not play again this year. I think that's kind of what we was expecting, if I'm honest, on that one. Another donation in from Soshi. And a question to go with it. Would you do Botman to Tsimikas for a -4 or risk playing Udogie? I mean, it's hard to say right now. I think I'm not that convinced that Udogie gets 60 minutes tonight. Let's put it that way. Even if he starts, there's no guarantees he gets 60 minutes. I think Tsimikas is a better pick anyway, and I think he will come in the long term. Like Botman, his fixtures are okay, but how kind of sustainable are those clean sheets long term when the fixtures turn? So I don't think it's a bad move anyway. For a hit, it's a bit difficult. If you can hold on till later today for some team leaks, then do it. But you know, I think in terms of what move you should make, I think right now I don't think that -4 looks bad. Killer, I said we heard it okay. That's great. Yeah, Estupiñán back very soon by the looks of things. Simon, I took out Haaland so no one else has to worry about doing it. He took one for the team. FPL fella says cancer survival rates have doubled in the last 50 years from 24% to 50%. Yeah, the big stat that we get in the UK is that 1 in 2 will get cancer in their lifetime, but hopefully that 1 in 2, the majority are surviving it. Donation in from Mike Parsons as well, £5. Thank you for that one. Best captain picks, I think for me, is going to be, I think it's Salah, then Watkins. So we've heard from Brighton, Chelsea, Liverpool, not seen anything from Wolves yet. And then we've got coming in later, probably in about 10 minutes time. It's gonna be the busy period to tire me out. 7 press conferences, Arsenal the big one, news on Jesus, and also it'd be nice to at least see some comments on Saka. But I think Arteta's proven to us in recent weeks that he cannot be trusted. Then we've got Brentford, Everton, Fulham, Luton, City and United. So there'll be plenty to keep an eye on there. Let's try and get this stream up to 250 likes. So if you haven't liked it already, please do so. Even if you can't afford to donate, it's not necessary. Obviously, it's great if you do, but it's not necessary. You can just hit the like button. That gets the stream out to more people. Subscribe to the channel as well. That will help the YouTube algorithm to think that everyone's loving what they're watching. And if you go over to my Twitter account as well, on my pinned tweet, and give that a retweet, that will just remind people that are still here, still going with the stream as well. But super chat and super thanks as well can support. Phoenix is in with a donation. Thank you, Phoenix, for that. And Simon has mentioned as well that it's really good in the chat today. No spamming of the chat, which is great to see. I will try and answer as many questions as I can. There are going to be periods today where it is going to be more difficult, but we'll do our best. The 1:30 press conferences haven't happened yet. I'm still no closer to deciding my transfers. 62% of you at the moment say that Watkins should be the bigger priority, and that is what I'm leaning to. I don't mind transferring Alvarez out for Watkins. That feels better to me than getting rid of Maddison for Mbomo for Saka, or Mbomo for Saka even, and weakening the defence. I'd say at the minute that's where I'm leaning for my transfers. And this is what my team's recommending as well on Fantasy Football Hub, the AI moves. I want to see what it says in terms of the team rating. It says I'm priced out, but it's okay. But that gives me a rating of 95%, 90% game week rating. Killer Rat, don't take the hit. The -8. I did it so you didn't have to. Thank you. Oh, a little bit of a sad one in the chat here from Mike. My brother died of cancer last year. Big Villa fan, sadly missed. Sorry to hear that, Mike. Well, it must be really, really tough for you. It's so sad. I think this is the thing though, like, certainly in the UK, like, medical care has got so much better that, this is why we're seeing, so much more, because, people aren't dying of other things. Simon, if we raise over £500 today, I'll take more hits. I think Neil said top catcher skills. Yeah, I mean, it could be carnage by the end of the stream. It could actually be carnage, because I'm going to be probably not going to be thinking as clearly as I am now in 5 hours' time. But it's okay. We're 55 minutes in. We're nearly ready for the marathon of the 1:30 press conferences, and I'm expecting it's going to be pretty busy. So we'll see how it goes. I probably ought to get the tweet deck back open. It looks like Arteta in. Rules out Gabriel Jesus for a period again. Trying to bookmark these as I go so we can get back to them. I'll put this in the chat as well. So here's the quote. Gabriel Jesus, again, the scan shows there is a muscle injury and we might lose him for a few weeks again. With Gabby, I cannot give you a time frame because he always surprises me. It is a loss, but it does help Saka if he's fit. Partey, he's got a muscle injury. We should expect him to be out for a few weeks. He picked up he picks it up in the last training session, the last kicking of the ball before Seville. They're quite a bit through from Arsenal already. I'm conscious that I could miss things, so I'm just double checking everything. A few more super chats in. Andre with a question as well. Thank you, Andre. I have the wildcard active, but not sure if I should either go with Trent and Trippier at the back, but no Haaland, or cheap defence and Haaland. Cheap defence and Haaland for me all day long. Haaland or Trippier and Trent. I think that's an easy decision. Who's going to get the goals? Who are you going to captain? And a super in from Mark. Amazing work, Holly. Keep it going. First super on a live stream. Thank you, Mark, for that as well. We're now up to £271, which is amazing. I feel like I'm at some point, probably once the press conferences are over and we've got a little bit of a quieter part of the stream, I'll try and maybe have like a running total as well. If it's still going well. No comments about Saka, interestingly. I don't really know if I'm expecting them or not. Killer Rat said it'd be good to see a donation counter. Yeah, I'll try it. Oh, Wacht has asked for it. Let me just... Right, let me just figure this out. It might just take me a minute. If I turn that off, yeah, could put it there, potentially. I'm going to have to load up Photoshop to do it. Oh, I tell you what, though. I could put it, you know, where it's got that purple bar at the bottom and says support through Super Chat, Super Thanks. I could put it on there. Would you like that? I might do that then. I just need to hope that opening Photoshop doesn't kill the stream or my PC. FPL set fella says he's sponsored by Superdry. Yeah, got Superdry jumper on, Superdry water bottle. I think that's it in terms of Superdry things I can get my hands on right now. I'm not actually sponsored by Superdry. If Superdry wanted to, that'd be great. But yeah, not at the moment. Oh, Killer Rat's coming in with the... We're an hour in, guys, as well, by the way. So if you are one of the 400 watching, make sure you've hit the like button. Let's get it up to 400 likes. Killer Rat coming in with another donation just to try and encourage Simon to take a hit, which I love. Right, let me just concentrate because I need to get the right tab on this. And I am conscious that this is the busiest time and I'm trying to multitask. So it'll probably all go pear-shaped. And trying to keep up with the chat as well. Alex says, Holly, can we have a summary of all team news? Yes, you can soon. Wan-Bissaka training today. Casemiro is a race against the clock, not 100%. So that's quite important for United ahead of the derby. Hang on, this is where my computer's going to struggle now. It's already playing games with me. It's only lasted an hour. This is shocking. Right, what I want to do is attempt to have a live... I'm going to have to change the colour of this, but if I put it in black, it should work. A live donation amount. I mean, my Photoshop skills are not the best, so, you know, don't hate on me if it goes wrong. So let's put live tally, and what is it at the moment? I'm going to have to do this again in a minute as well. £314 is what we're at the moment. Maybe I'll update it like every 20 minutes. We're close. I'm close to getting this live for you. It's going to be later when I'm trying. Later when we've got late team news coming in and team leaks, and then we're going to try and do this as well. It's going to be carnage. I'm not expecting too many leaks later, though, beyond the... I mean, obviously the big one's going to be Spurs and Villa. My PC is not loving life at the moment. Oh, it's all coming in now. Carnage. Right. Let me just try and update this. I just need to pick the right file. I think it's that. Save. Cross your fingers, guys. If this comes through, then I'll be amazed. Is it going to show if I get rid of that? What's it doing? I've lost it. Well, hopefully it'll come in a sec. I've done something. Don't know what. It'll be coming in a minute. This is carnage. I hope it's worth it for the live tally. Oh, now it's saying I'm not receiving enough video. Ah, is it back? Is it working? Please say it's working. But I've lost the stream now. This is carnage. Come on, computer. It's a moment of need. And it's absolutely letting me down. Right. Right, we've got it. We've got it. Right, that should be okay for now. It's Photoshop that isn't loving life. And I've probably missed all of the important stuff from the presses as well. But we've got a tally on screen. We've tried, haven't we? Aaron has donated $19.99, thank you. And KM has said, God bless. Who would you bench between Foster and Diaby? Haven't been convinced with Diaby. Hopefully, can you still... Just tell me if you can still see me and hear me. Because at the moment, I'm getting some error message saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. And there's buffering. Am I buffering? I only know if you can tell me. Ollie has donated £5 as well. Basically, since I put the tally on, you've all donated more. So I need to try and update it again, but I'm going to give it a minute. Thank you, Ollie, as well, though. Appreciate that one. I will be doing a summary of all the team news as it comes in as well. I'm just making sure that I've not missed anything important. Simon says, I hope you've got caffeine and snacks. Yeah, I'm trying. I've completely lost my place, though. It's carnage. No buffering. That's great. Perfect. Stream is smooth. It said 136 is poor. But if you guys say it's okay, I don't want to refresh it and lose everything. Right. So we've got Wan-Bissaka and Casemiro. We've got a discussion on Garnacho, which was expecting. It's not really that important for FPL purposes, but it's there. We've just got to acknowledge it. Big discussions about, I think there's going to be, is it a minute's silence across all Premier League games for Bobby Charlton? And Pep's made some nice comments in his press conference on that as well. Not too much from Pep so far about player availability, though. Unless I've missed it. We should have a comment on a Stupin in this one, so I'm going to bookmark that. May go back to that one later. I don't think we've missed anything in terms of comments at the moment. Hopefully not anyway. No, it all looks clear. Clear as day for now. I'm still a bit concerned that I keep getting this error message pop up. I don't know how to get rid of it. I think it probably is okay, but because I can see it, I'm like, what's going on? Is it working? Is it not working? Another super from Chiara. Sorry if I've butchered that. Do you think I should sell Haaland this week and bring in Watkins and Saka? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I don't think it's worth it, in all honesty. I'm still getting my error message, which is worrying me. So keep talking to me in the chat and let me know if everything's working okay. Estupinian news is that he's back. He's close. I don't think he's going to be available for this week. Just tell me if the stream's not fine then, and I'll try and get over the error message. We're up to £342 apparently. If I attempt to update the live tally without breaking the computer. I mean, I don't ever feel like computers are going to be better than humans, just judging by how this has been going and how my PC has been performing compared to me. Should have that updated though. 342. Aaron says the next big street is in aid of a new PC. It's not even old. It is. I think I've had it 4 years now. Ever since I started doing full-time FPL. But and it's a Mac as well, so you'd think it'd be okay. I think it's something to do with Apple brought out their better, what is it, processors? Is that the right word? After this. FPL fella says, cannot wait for the Juice guys to create even more carnage for your stream later with 3 eyes. Is that like, are you in the know of what's going to go down later, FPL fella? Can you give me a hint so I can somehow prepare myself for the carnage? Ivo says, get super dry to update the potato PC. It shouldn't be that bad though. That's the frustrating thing. Some love on FPL Twitter for Enquetia with Jesus out. I don't think it's for me personally. We'll see though. Right, so we've had some comments from Arsenal, City, United. There's 400 of you in. We're not at 400 likes yet, so make sure you are doing that. Not seen anything from Thomas Frank yet. It looks like Marco Silva's in at the minute. No updates from Luton as I can see of yet. We've got updates from Everton though. Let me play this.
Taking none of the injured players back this weekend. No, Shames's back up training with us fully now. But obviously he's been out for quite a while, so he will need more of just training to get that sort of general fitness, and then games as well, because of the length of time. Deli's still a bit away. Andre's still a bit away as well.
That was from Sean Dyche for Everton. Another super in from Jake. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Would you do Maddison and you doggy or Burn to Saka and Maguire for a -4? That's the only way I can get Saka in. Do you need to play Maguire this week? If you can bench him, then it could pay off. I personally don't think Saka is that essential this week when we still know that this injury situation is rumbling on, even though he's available. He's not fully fit. And I think the other thing to bear in mind is that Maddison away is sensational. Killer says, Palace is a low block. I'm sure Spurs will smash it, but some worries me. Spurs have been amazing away, though. If you look at, where is it? If we just look at player points, Son's got 68 points this season. Maddison's got 56. And of Son's 68 points, 42 of them have come away from home. 41 of 56 of Maddison's points have come away from home. I am biased because I've had Maddison all season. TPS, can we stop asking for Killer Rat to give out memberships? Thank you. It's not in the spirit of the charity stream. Right, let's keep the tweet deck open then. I think it's all quiet at the moment. Famous last words. I don't know how to get rid of this either. Oh, it's saying excellent condition. That is good. That's making me happy. When did that come back? 144, is that now? I think it just needed to refresh, but I didn't want to hit the refresh and lose it. But it looks like even my computer's saying we're fully back in business, which is great. Let's get the stream up to 300 likes. And if you wanted to go to my Twitter account, @HollyShand, and retweet my pin tweet, send more people my way, that would be great as well. We can make this number even bigger. I mean, I'm astounded. Like, I think we're at 342. Might be a little bit higher than that. I was not expecting about that at all. Fella says, nothing said about Kufal in Moyes' press conference, but I think he will be fine. He starts or comes on. I didn't even realise that so many people owned Kufal. Simicast comments there. What's that about? Oh, it's just an interview. Right, let's have a look then, because there seems to be a little bit of a demand for it, of what's come already in the press conferences. I'll give this a little refresh. Fella says, all I can say is that we're live streaming from VAR in London and you'll be going live on their screens. Oh dear. It'll be all good fun. So we've got at United, Wan-Bissaka back in training. Casemiro late fitness test. Partey is out for a few weeks, as is Jesus. Jones is suspended for Liverpool. Robertson may not play again this year. I don't think we need that one now, do we? Get rid of that one. Poch says that Palmer is on pens for Chelsea, but it could be Sterling or Jackson if he's not. Reece James is back for Chelsea, but not back to start. Broya not fit and Kunku really close. Brighton are targeting a clean sheet. No new injury concerns from last night, but Lamptey is stooping in a close. Companies on Burnley says they're fine. Newcastle in the know thinks that Gordon could play centre forward for Newcastle in some games, rotating with Wilson while Isaac is out. Isaac out for a little while. Tompkins out until after the break. Neto missing until after the break for Bournemouth. Udogi, I will say it right by the end of the stream if I learn nothing else. Short turnaround, we'll see how he doesn't make a decision. But there was a comment that Ben Davies is also available. Murphy out for Newcastle. Botman on the grass but not ready yet for Newcastle. Anderson out for 2 months with a back injury. We've had a proper update on Jesus now. So I can get rid of those ones, I think, because I've got the better quotes elsewhere. Tonali banned for Newcastle, but potentially not banned yet for this weekend, which seems a bit bizarre. There didn't seem to be any word from Pep on any injury news, which I guess means that there isn't any. Bit of injury news from Fulham, but not too much. So the players likely to come back soon, but not there yet. Everton got Coleman back in full training. Dele and Gomez a bit away. Bit quiet on the old presses today, really. Famous last words. Leaked lineup saying that it could be Nketiah or Havertz up front for Arsenal. Could be worth a punt. Fixtures are nice for Arsenal. Not so much Newcastle next week. But around that, it's looking pretty good. So we've heard from quite a few managers there then. And we've got updates from... Did we hear from Wolves? I can't remember now. They all blend into one after a while. I think maybe we did hear from Wolves, but there wasn't really anything. Hodge is out for around 8 weeks with a shoulder injury. I think that was what we wanted from Wolves. So we heard from Brighton, Chelsea, Liverpool, Wolves, Arsenal, Everton, Fulham, City and United. I've not seen anything yet from Brentford or Luton. To be fair, I never feel like I do. Maybe I'm just looking at the wrong place, but quite a lot of updates there. We've still got Villa and Forest coming up at 2:30. But I am going to... We're still going to keep an eye on the press conferences, but I am going to try and keep answering your questions as well in the chat. Hopefully get some non-supers answered as well. Just making sure I've not missed anything. I will keep the tweet deck open just so that we can kind of try and attempt to keep an eye on things. Rannoch says Sanchez to Martinez in goal for upcoming fixtures, clean sheet potential. Yeah, in terms of... Let's have a look at the points predictions. I think there's arguments for certain goalkeepers. Yeah, no news on Saka, Frederick. Martinez ranked... I can extend this. Let's look until game week 17, which is the largest filter I can get. In terms of clean sheet and points potential, it's Edison, Raya, Pope, Allison, Johnston, Vicario, and then Martinez. The challenge is we want to spend so much of our funds further forward that it's easier to just go for the cheapies. Rannoch says, can we have the Arsenal news again? Yeah. Where was it? Sorry, I'm going to scroll. Probably, yeah. Yeah, Jesus out. Muscle injury. Partey, muscle injury. That was it. There was no mention of Saka anywhere. I'm just going to double check. But I'm pretty sure no quotes on Saka, which is a good thing, I would say. Yeah, nothing at all. What was I saying before that? Yeah, I think because we want so many expensive players further forward, it's easier to go Turner and Areola. It's interesting from Ben. After making 7 changes in the Champions League on Wednesday, Pep confirmed Phil Foden had a little problem while Alvarez was not fit enough to play 90. I think basically Pep rotated to focus on the derby. A Kanji band, of course, which I don't think helps City. I think that's making it easier for me to think sell for Watkins, though, Alvarez to Watkins. My water bottle's getting light again. Let's answer some more questions then. Twisted Sparky says, don't forget the clocks change on Sunday. Yeah, if you don't have children, that means you get an extra hour in bed. If you do have children, that means that you've got an hour longer in the day to entertain them, basically. And you could probably see, probably hear which category I fall into. Ooh, doggy. Ooh, dogie. Ooh, dogie. Ooh, dogie. Ooh, dogie. Ooh, doggy. Ooh, dogie. We'll get there. Someone's definitely going to clip that up now. Ethan says, when is De Bruyne back? I think it's in January. Udogi to Simicast for a -4. I think if you've got to play Udogi this week, then I don't think that's too bad. Simon, not done my predictions for this week yet. Udogi. Let me know what your predictions are. No mentions on Saka at all. Nothing at all. Lamptey and Estupinan will be back soon. Ivo says start Neto or take a punt on Højlund. Nah, this is not the week for a punt on Højlund. Just start Neto. Yeah, there seems to be a bit of chat about this penalty situation at Chelsea now. Abekbar says Ferguson or João Pedro. It's tricky. I can see why people are investing in Brighton because of the fixtures. But I'm just not that convinced at the moment. Like the amount of injuries they've got. Yeah, the fixtures are lovely. For the next 4, Fulham, Everton, Sheffield United, Forest. And even beyond that, not bad either. Chelsea, Brentford, Burnley. It's going to take you all the way through to game week 16. But if you just have a look at the injuries they've got right now, Ferguson's always going to have his game time protected a bit. They've got Estupinan and Lamptey out in the defence. Then they've got March and Ciso, Moda and Welbeck. I think if you're going with Brighton, you go with Matoma, and that's the only route. Pro Cricket Analysis, do you think Son is essential in the long term? I think he could be. I think the thing is, he's playing out of position. We believe he's on pens. He's playing in one of the most attacking teams in the Premier League, in Spurs. They play all out of attack. That's their style. He's a former Golden Boot winner. He's got the pedigree. You can back him in any fixture, even when the fixtures are tough. I think it's the little injury issues that are obviously being managed that's the bit of the concern, but I still think he could be. We're 5 likes off 300 likes. And it's coming up to 2 o'clock. We're nearly 25% of the way through. Yeah, that is it, 25%. Nearly done an hour and a half. 4.5 hours to go. I was trying to spin that as a positive, but in my head I'm thinking, we've got a long time left. We'll be okay though, you'll look after me. Just check we've not missed anything on the tweet deck. Yeah, I think we're all right. Charlie is asking Saka or Haaland for captain. I think it's Saka for me of those two. Yeah, comments that the Alvarez comment from Pep was just a press conference thing, which I agree with. This is the full quote for Everton. Still not seen anything from Brentford or Luton. Or even any evidence that there could be a press conference going on for some reason. Just making sure that I've not missed anything elsewhere. When it gets closer to the deadline, probably in another 2.5 hours, I'll make sure that I've got like my WhatsApp open in case we get any team leaks. We've smashed 300 likes now, guys, as well. I'm just conscious that my computer doesn't like me having too much open at once. I've opened WhatsApp and now it's loading. I'm in so many like WhatsApp group chats for FPL that, especially on like a deadline day, it's just carnage. Like I've not had WhatsApp open for the hour and a half that I've been streaming and I've got 200 messages in 5 different groups. Carnage. Nothing wants to load either. Rannoch says, do you think Haaland's dip in form is because of De Bruyne? I mean, he's set very high standards, but he's still got 9 goals in 9 games. And we know he's got the pedigree to sustain that as well. So I'm not overly concerned. I think the recent games, the issue has been Rodri. I think that's the problem. So I think it's fine. I'm not concerned really. I think Rodri back is obviously just strengthens the squad so much. I think that's the kind of the important thing. Yeah, I'm just checking on a broadcast group on WhatsApp that there's nothing that's come in that we've missed. Ten Hag's made some quotes on Onana. Did you see that? Probably haven't seen, to be fair, that United were trying to potentially get De Gea back because obviously he's a free agent, and now there's been like a massive U-turn on it after the Onana performance the other night. Right, let's focus on some questions then. I'll put my team back on screen. The moves I'm looking at making are Udogi, because I can't pronounce his name, in for Simicast, which will fund Alvarez to Watkins. But I probably won't make it until really late to the deadline. Jonas says, what about Adringer? Yeah, he is an interesting option, to be fair. I think if you're going to go for anyone from a punt from Brighton, I prefer him. Because he can play on either side. 2 goals and 1 assist from 4 starts. If we look at predicted points from Brighton as well. Matoma top, then Gross, then Adringer. Like, at 5 million, he could be value. So that's one to consider in there as well. Let me put my team up for what I expect it to look like. But I'm going to captain Salah, vice-captain Son. Save that in there. Edward Humphreys, £5 donation. Thank you. All jokes aside, I want a bit of fun this week. Am I mad in captaining Darwin? I don't have Watkins. Also thoughts on Adringer. Well, hopefully I've just answered those thoughts on Adringer. Adringer or Gordon? I think I'd go with Gordon of the two. Where was we? Let's look over the next 4 game weeks at midfielders priced up to... Let's go up to 7 million just for fun. Yeah, Gordon third in there. Matoma the clear favourite, and then Diaby, Gordon. Then Mbomo after him. Maybe I could do Mbomo to Gordon soon. But yeah, definitely above Palmer and Adringer. I think you are mad in captaining in Darwin. There's absolutely no guarantees that he will start. If you've not got Salah in your team, that's where you need to go. That'd be my advice. Josh says, I've got Watkins captain, but I'm struggling between him and Son and Haaland. Who do you think the best option of the 3 is? Watkins. I think if I was to rank, I'd say Watkins top. Then, Salah top. I know you don't have Salah. Then Watkins. Then Son. Then Saka, then Haaland. In all honesty. Ice G is in. Good to see you. Chris says you're going without Saka. Yeah, I am at the moment. The FFH39 gang is in. Is that the Hub WhatsApp group? I'm in group 23, I think. It sounds like 39 is where it's at, though. Dingra. Gosh. I can't say anything right, can I? I think I need to have some proper lessons in pronunciation of some of these player names. Let's check over on the tweet deck to see if we've missed anything. It's all quiet. I think we're safe for now. Just refresh it to make doubly sure. Oh no, here it is. It just hadn't loaded. Standard. Nothing too serious there at the moment. Yeah, so in terms of what we're waiting for then, we're not waiting for anything. We're here till the deadline at 6:30 p.m. I'm still looking out for comments from Brentford and Luton's press conferences. I've not seen any evidence of anywhere at the moment. And then at 2:30, we've got the final 2 press conferences for Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest. Nigel the Crab, back in the chat. What's the current total? Have we hit 400 yet? I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a network issue. We are at £352.88. Let me update that. I know every time I update it, someone then donates as well. Just to make me update it again. All right, let me concentrate on this. Live. Layer. Replace. Hopefully that's worked. Yes. It's a success. It was just the first time when I had to remodel it. I probably could have had a nice green box around it if I'd have thought it through. We're learning for next year's. It's a learning curve. I did do a charity thing last season. I am, the intention is to do it most seasons. Jake's asking about João Pedro. Prefer the other options from in midfield. And Dingrid had a great assist in the Europa League as well. Christian says Maddison or Martinelli. I think either's good. I think if you've got Maddison, I'd keep him. I don't think Maddison to Martinelli is necessarily a must-make move, particularly if you've had Maddison a while. Maddison's up to 8.1 million now. He's risen 0.6 million this season. There can't be that many players that's risen more than that. You can get the price rises. Yeah, Cash, Alvarez and Maddison all gone up 0.6. So if you owned over any of those since the start of the season, if you sell them, then you're set to lose 0.3 million on them. So that's just a warning on that one. Owen has said, is Matoma a good swap for Mbeumo? Yeah, that's fine. Ivo's going Watkins over Salah captain. That's okay. I think there's not a lot to choose between them. Ice G says, is it worth transferring out Almiron on a -4 for another midfielder after news that Murphy is out? No. Killer Rat says Maddison to Martinelli sounds terrible. Let's look over the next 4 game weeks. According to AI predictions, Maddison 22.2 points, Martinelli 20.7 points. If that helps in any way. Anesu says, Haaland big haul, mark my words. Let's see. Aditya, Porro to Tsimikas or Maddison to Matoma to fund Watkins. Brighton good fixtures and Matoma starts looking good. Porro to Tsimikas, I'd say, though. Matoma or Gordon? Matoma. No, there's nothing wrong with Alvarez. I think Pep just said that he wasn't fit enough to play the whole game in midweek. Yeah, Tsimikas is a nice move this week. I like that one. Bowen or Matoma? I think I'd go with Bowen, just. Jonas says, what sounds better, Martinelli and Matoma or Saka and Adingra? Probably the Saka combo. Adosh, if you had Son and Maddison, would you do a Son to Saka or Maddison to Martinelli? I wouldn't do Son to Saka. I don't know if I'd do Maddison to Martinelli either. Good question from Elliot. I have 0.6 in the bank, but when I transfer out Maddison, I only get 7.9 for him instead of 8.1. Why? Now, this is quite a good kind of beginner's question for FPL. Basically, you only get half of the profit of a price rise. So if I show you in the context of my team, I bought Botman at 4.5. He's now gone up to 4.7. So he's gone up 0.2, but my sell price is only 4.6. So I only bank half of that profit. So similar with Maddison. Maddison's gone up 0.6 million to 8.1, but I only get half of that 0.3. Akshat in with a super as well. Thank you, Akshat. Had 2 free transfers, used one, took out Botman for Tsimikas. Have another free transfer. Should I bank it? Or should I do Neto to Gordon and Bomo to Matoma or Udogi to Gabriel? Don't have Saka. I quite like Neto to Gordon, you know. I feel like that's one that could pay off. And Bomo to Matoma probably will pay off, but I'm just a little bit cautious now with all Brighton's kind of like injury issues. Udogi, oh Christ, got my volume turned up from that video, haven't I? Udogi to Gabriel. I think I'd rather have 2 free transfers next week. Simon, I wouldn't go Neto this week. Yeah. I mean, you could just roll. I mean, and Bomo to Matoma will probably pay off. I think if you're tempted to go Matoma, now is the week to do it. I do like Gordon, though. Like, could you go and Bomo to Gordon? I think probably it's a roll, though. Maybe the Matoma move. Pro Cricket says, is Palmer a good option if Nkunku is coming back? I think there's too many unknowns with that one now. David said Darwin 3-4-3 or DRB 3-5-2. DRB 3-5-2. I don't know if DRB would be the one. I think Matoma is probably stronger. Killer Rat's gone and Bomo to Matoma. I think if you're on a wild card and you've got a 6.5 million-ish slot in your team, it's probably Matoma who takes that now. KM says, was Diaz in the Europa League squad? I lost it. It's really hard to keep up to date with what's going on in Champions League because there's just so many games. How do I get the summary on there? Where's the match report? Is that it? Gosh, I clicked the wrong thing now. There we go, that's it. I think there's something somewhere on Reddit with everyone's minutes. Yeah, he was in the squad. He just didn't come on, which is a bit weird. Will has come in with £50. Thank you, Will. That's amazing. Will is the big boss at Fantasy Football Hub. Great guy, great donation as well. That has taken us now up to £403.85, which is amazing. I cannot believe that we've raised that much. And we're not even 2 hours in. About 33% of the way there. Thank you very much, Will. Let me update the tally so that everyone can see how we're getting on. I'm hoping I pressed the right button. That's not updated yet, has it? Let me try again. I don't trust that that's done it properly. Is that going to go? Save. Replace. It's just disappeared now. There we go. Thank you, Will. That's amazing. I obviously, like, as I said at the start, last year we raised about 150 quid in charity week, which was like, I was thrilled by. I'm pretty sure I'd like topped that tally up as well from what it was. I think it was just over 100. I rounded it up to 150. Like, to be at £400 already is mad. Crazy. Adichie, Alvarez, a 3.9 million defender, and Maddison to Tsimikas, Matoma, and Watkins for a -4. That, other than losing Maddison, I think that looks decent. Let me go back to my moves for this week. I'll make them closer to the deadline. We've got loads of time yet, but I am looking at holding Maddison, avoiding Saka, and getting Tsimikas in for you, doggy, and Watkins in for Alvarez. That will give me a team rating of 96% and a 94% game week rating. It was the second choice transfer from the AI, but I do think that it looks decent. Matthew says, would you take a hit for Jensen to Douglas Luiz or start Neto? I think I'd just start Neto. Tom says, thinking about my third forward, who will mostly sit with Jesus out, does Nketiah make sense? I think the 3-5-2 formation is better, if I'm honest. that would be where I would go with that one. I haven't been on the tweet deck lately, so I just wanted to check that we've not had those updates from Luton and from Brentford, which is what we was kind of waiting for. All looks fairly quiet. Remember, at 2:30, so that's in 12 minutes' time, we've got the press conferences from Forest and Villa, which will be the last ones for today. Yeah, I don't think we've missed anything while I've been chatting and answering questions. We've got another super in from Akshat. For the cause, keep up the good work, and cheers to all the cancer survivors out there. #legends. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you are a cancer survivor. Big love to everyone that can join me. Thank you for that one, Akshat. Simon, you should be very proud, Holly, you made this happen. Yeah. I wouldn't say proud, just amazed, really. I find it, like, obviously when you do these streams and you can see the numbers on the screen, it's pretty cool, but you do sometimes forget that those numbers relate to actual people, and to have enough people in here to have, got up to a tally of £400 is just wild. I remember, it was probably about 7 years ago now, I ran a marathon. And I'm not sure I raised £400 when running 26 miles. I think a 6-hour charity stream is a lot easier. But no, it's great to be in a position where I can do a marathon charity stream and raise such a decent amount of money for charity. I'm very lucky to be in this position. But yeah, it wouldn't be without the support of you guys. Some bold suggestions from Simon, as always. I really like Douglas Luiz as a 1-week punt. I wouldn't like it as a long-term pick, though. Average of 9 points across all home games. Which, I noticed. Let's have a look at the Opta stats. If we look at home points this season, it's Watkins and Louise, which just shows you how great they've been. 2.62 XG, 5 goals, so he's massively overperformed. He's had just 7 shots. It's probably best looking at the home and away rather than all together. But yeah, he's had 19 shots this season. Only 7 on target and 7 in the box. 3 big chances, which I'm guessing are the 3 penalties. 5 goals. So I don't think that his returns are sustainable. In all honesty. I did... Sorry, I wear contact lenses and I feel like my eyes are struggling. Might have to ditch the lenses for the glasses at some point in the stream, if no one minds. But it does mean that the light kind of reflects off my glasses and they do my head in. I did kind of tip Louise on my street on Sky last week, so I was pretty pleased to see that he banged in the goals. Myrtle looking to go Maddison to Saka or Udogie to Gabriel. 1 free transfer. This is tempting if you can get from Maddison to Saka. Or you could just roll the transfer. But I think if you can go Udogie to Gabriel, it's probably a decent pick for the next few weeks, if I'm honest. Right, there's 350 of you in. There's 330 likes. So if we can get to more likes than people in, that'd be pretty cool. We're now up to £413.77, so we'll give it another little update as well so that everyone can see how we're getting along. If it'll let me. Live player. I know it kind of comes out and then you think it's lost, but it is back again. Just check the tweet deck as well. Yeah, it looks pretty quiet at the moment. I think we're okay. I'm just trying to make sure that we're across everything. If we do some a review of what we got so far, and then I'll keep the tweet deck open for the 2:30 press conferences. We're expecting to hear from Forest and Villa. From Everton, Coleman back and training. Needs more fitness and then games. Palmer looks to be one of the penalty takers at Chelsea, along with Jackson and Sterling. And note that Foden and Alvarez were not really that fit in the week, but that could just be derby talk. Fulham got some players returning soon. We've got Wan-Bissaka was training today. Casemiro is a late fitness test. Zeron's asking when is Thomas Frank's press conference. It was meant to be at 1:30, but I've not had any updates yet. So I don't quite know what is going on with that one. I also need to keep an eye on my phone not running out of charge as well. Partey out with a muscle injury, as is Jesus. No comments from Arteta on Saka, which is probably good news. Jones suspended for Liverpool. Robertson may not be back this year. Oh, I got two comments on the Chelsea pen situation. From Spurs, Udogie available for selection. So is Ben Davies. No guarantees, but it is the match tonight, so you never know. Could get news either way. Reece James, he's back but not ready to start. He'll be on the bench. And then Burnley didn't train at Sheffield United. Nkunku really close for Chelsea. Broja is out. Nothing major at Burnley. Brighton targeting clean sheets. Stupin and Lamptey are getting close, but not for this week. Tompkins out for Villa. Udogie, we're going to look at and assess. It's a short turnaround. We'll see and make a decision. We should get to know who's travelled. I think Udogie is fit, but it may just go Davies anyway. This is the issue. And Newcastle in the know seems to think that Anthony Gordon will rotate with Wilson up top. Newcastle are a bit thin on the ground now, though, because obviously they've got Barnes out long term. They've got Murphy out long term. Anderson out long term as well. They've not got a great deal of options now in their attacking lines, because I don't think Wilson's capable of playing every game. Tonali's missing out as well. So obviously Bruno G will be deep line, but then it's Gordon, Longstaff, Almiron, Joe Linton. I mean, will we see Richie or Willock? I doubt it. I mean, he's got to play someone, though. They've got all the midweek games as well. I think certainly going forward, and it's hard to know what to expect from Newcastle now with the injuries mounting up. Neto out for Bournemouth, the goalkeeper. Isaac out, as I mentioned, for Newcastle, as is Anderson. Botman on grass, but not ready yet. We are coming up to those 2:30 press conferences. Help me out as well. Even if you can't donate to the stream, that's absolutely fine. But if you can help me out through liking the stream, we're nearly at 350. We need 6 more likes for 350 likes. And send your mates along. If you look on Twitter, my pinned tweet, at Holly Shand. If you retweet that, you can get the stream as well and send your mates along, and that will help generate more revenue. But as you can see on screen, we're already at £413.77, which is absolutely amazing. But I am I've not seen any comments yet from Brentford and Luton, which were the 1:30 press conferences, but we are expecting to hear from Aston Villa and Forest pretty soon. So that's just something to keep an eye on. I feel like we're 2 hours in. We're a third of the way there. I feel like the voice is starting to struggle already. I'm getting a bit tickly. We might have a water break soon. But yeah, I'm going to put the tweet deck open again because we do have comments from Emery. Ramsey and Moreno are still out. Mings and Buendia are always in our minds as well. So yeah, the injury list is increasing at Villa, which obviously is not great. Always when we are playing on a Thursday, today's a day of rest to recover, to work with the players. Tomorrow's the day we can know more about who played yesterday. But there's nothing serious or relevant to the match on Sunday. So that looks like everyone's available for Villa. These are the quotes from Brentford as well. Hickey returns from suspension. Sharda, Lewis Potter, Damsgaard, Henry, De Silva, Baptiste and Ivan Toney all remain out. That's that quote there. I'll bookmark that one. Oh, the voice. Started to go deeper. Oh dear. Gonna have to get some different refreshments. If anyone's got any recommendations of how to talk for 6 hours without losing your voice, now is a good time. Chris is in as well. £50 donation. Wow, Chris. And it looks like you've got quite the story to go with it as well. Chris has said, "Hey Holly, thanks for all your awesome FPL streams. I sadly lost my fiance to breast cancer last year and do a number of charity events myself. Doing this is a fantastic idea and the money raised can really make a difference. Kudos to you." Thank you for that, Chris. It's just amazing to see. Like, I'm so pleased I've done this to get an idea of everyone's stories and how cancer's affected their lives. It's just makes it so much more worthwhile that we can come together, celebrate in some ways, remember for others as well, and hopefully we've got a massive donation going to cancer research at the end of this. So we're up to £463.86 now with that donation from Chris, which is phenomenal. But yeah, so sorry to hear of your loss as well, Chris. It must be hard. It's just so sad, isn't it? That's just crashed on me again. I think right now, the voice and the PC are struggling in equal measure. But it's all worthwhile when I can update that live tally on screen. That's amazing. So we've had some updates then from Brentford. I think the things that we're waiting on are Luton. I mean, I've got Burke in my squad, so I could do with an update from Luton and Forest. This is going to be the point on stream where I confess that I don't drink caffeine. So the suggestions of tea and coffee are not going to help me. I could make a hot chocolate. I do have one of those hot chocolate machines, but it's definitely going to take like at least 2 minutes to make hot chocolate. And what are you guys? I don't want to go off and make a hot chocolate and everyone leave. There's no one else in the house at the moment either. So it's not like I can even get someone to make it for me. We'll be okay. I'll fill up the water bottle soon. What I'm waiting for though is the update from Nottingham Forest. While we're waiting for that, I'll keep the tweet deck open. I'll just answer a few more questions. And then at some point, we'll switch over to the deadline stream format. David said you could mime the team news. TPS player says T fixes everything, says every British person in existence. It doesn't work for me. TPS player says donate if you want Holly to go make hot chocolate. Simon can sing a song. What I wanted to look for then was, I'm looking for Burke news. I mean, it doesn't really help because it's an awful fixture. There's nothing. It's as if Luton haven't had a press conference today. Oh, here we go. Rob Edwards. Burke not fit. I need to save this somewhere. There we go. Add him to my news list. You're in, Jeff. Luton stretched a bit defensively ahead of Villa. Watkins is coming in. Burke not fit, nor Bell, Anderson or Potts, so likely to be the four that ended the match at Forest, starting at Villa with Oshu on the bench. There we go. That's what I was expecting. Nothing from Forest either yet. I don't think. We've done 12 press conferences, though, in just over 2 hours. Seems to be quiet from Forest. Let's keep the tweet deck open. And while we're waiting, I'll answer some more of your questions as well. Just making sure that nothing else has come through that we've missed. Yeah, Burke's going to be on my bench as well. Michael saying, is Watkins a genuine captain? I think the state of the Luton defence, the home game, the form, it all certainly helps. But I still think Salah's the better option. Josh has asked start one from Udogie, Antonio or Mbomo. Mbomo, because he's on pens. Coffee, milk, no sugar. Everyone's getting their tea requests in. Ivo says, Udogie getting hooked at 55 minutes last week killed me. If he survived 5 more minutes, I would have hit 101 points last week. Yeah, I think I was the same, to be fair. I finished on 95 points. So yeah, again, it was at 5 minutes was the difference to the 100 club. Now, I have had quite a few 100 clubs over my time in FPL, but to get a 100 club when, it's a single game week, it's pretty special. Especially when my captain only got like 6 points. News about Udogie. I'm just trying to get the full quote. I think what the Premier League twin tweeted was the one. Destiny we're going to look at and assess. It's a short turnaround, so we'll see how he does today. and make a decision tomorrow. That's all we know. But it's an away game. I think we kind of know that he is available, but we don't know if he starts, basically. But because it's the game tonight, we should get a leak. Lethal's asking for a rate my team. I'll do a rate my team if you do a super. Whatever you can afford, though. Paul has asked what to do with Foden. I think now's the time to sell. How much is Foden? Well, I'll have a look at the predicted points if you're looking at replacing. 7.6 mil. So let's go midfielders up to, let's go up to 8 mil. So Foden is currently 6th. And in terms of those ahead of him, there's Bowen, Gordon, who's a bargain, Diaby, Martinelli and Matoma. Yeah, Luton have barely got any defenders. Top 10 Travel said, I just watched your short on Watkins' 4th best captain and Salah's 2nd best captain. Question is, who has the worst defence between Luton and Forest? Luton, clearly. I think we need to look kind of... I think 9 weeks is maybe too much data. But yeah, in terms of big chances conceded this season, Luton have conceded the 3rd highest on 31, whereas Forest have only conceded 19 big chances. If we look at expected goals conceded, Luton are 5th, Forest are a bit further down. If Watkins was a midfielder on penalties, it would be a much easier argument, though. Don't know if we've had anything from Forest. We're still waiting for their press conference. They're keeping us waiting. I mean, not that there's any rush, because I'm still going to be here for the next 3 hours and 50 minutes. However, it'd be nice to have kind of all the information available to us, and then we can kind of move on to the next phase of the stream. Twisted Sparky, if you dog-eared stayed on, I've got 116 points. That's incredible. Kidos says, start 1, Holly, Maddison, Bowen, Matoma, Palmer. Maddison. Well, that seems like a strange question, though. In terms of, do you mean you're going to be benching the others? Who to captain between Watkins and Haaland? I think it's got to be Watkins of those two. He's got the easier fixture by far and the form. What really surprised me, actually, I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, if you just have a look at the underlying numbers from Haaland in the last 4 game weeks. Not defensive. Key stats. He's had just 5 shots, 4 on target in the box, 2 big chances, 2 goals. If you look at the season as a whole, he's top for shots with 34, top for big chances with him in a massive drop-off, but I think Rodri's absence hasn't helped. A super in from Paul Hayes. Share to cash, have Trippier, Foden. Share to cash, have Trippier, Foden to Matoma. Yeah, if you've got 2 free transfers, I like both of those moves, yeah. TPS player gone Foden to Bowen. Yeah, that's fine. Interestingly, there's not much between those two on the predicted points over the next 4. News on Wolves Neto. Don't think we were expecting any news, were we? Let's have a look. What do we have from Wolves? It's not that tab. Yeah, it's this tab, wasn't it? It wasn't that long ago. I wasn't expecting anything on Wolves Neto. The Bournemouth Neto is out. Sorry, I can't even spell O'Neill, can I? That's not going to help. Can't see anything. I don't know. What were you expecting? Yeah, there's nothing mentioned on Neto. Still nothing through from Forest, which is the last thing I was looking for. Manuel says, is Bowen or Martinelli better? Already owns Saka. I quite like the upside of Martinelli. The AI predictions like him as well, if that helps at all. Yeah, it's a difficult one though. Yeah, I've got plenty of time to answer questions, so no need to spam the chat. Mark says, if, like me, being a United fan, I like to captain Haaland to numb the pain of the inevitable tough watch. Oh, I love that comment. Oh, that's made me laugh, that one. TPS player said, I once took a -20, then got a 33-pointer the exact game week. Wow. I bet that was a difficult one. Duncan says, who's more essential in the long run, Watkins or Saka? I mean, I think the predictions prefer Saka of the two. But in the next 2 game weeks, I think Watkins is the one to go with. Saka over the next 4. But over the next 2... Well, still Saka according to AI, but I do prefer Watkins personally. Joseph said, I just came in. What's up with you, doggy? Where's the quote? Have I lost it again? Probably ought to just pin it. It'll be easier. Yeah, Simon, the Saka injury worries me. I've got to agree with you there. I'm kind of in the exact same situation with it. Watkins is fully fit and in form, whereas Saka's kind of coming back from injury. Bit of an unknown. I'm not convinced we're getting an update from Forest very soon. Thomas Frank has said it's very likely that Maupay will start alongside Mbomo and Visser against Chelsea tomorrow. It's an interesting one. I can't remember if we've seen that already. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've got any signs of the Forest presser at all at the moment, which is a bit annoying. But we have done how many press conferences? 12 press conferences so far today in the first 2 hours and 15 minutes of the stream, which is pretty good. Also, I'm just astounded by how much money we've raised so far. We've already raised £466 for Cancer Research UK, which is incredible. Because the press conferences are basically done, I'm going to move to a slightly different screen. I hope I don't kind of lose you in the meantime. We're moving on to... Hopefully that was seamless. So we're just moving to a different view, basically, because kind of what was the press conference stream is now finished, and we're moving over to the deadline stream section. That does mean that I do need to update the tally on a new screen, which is going to be carnage, bearing in mind how things have gone so far. I just need to open the right thing, basically, and hopefully I'll be able to update it. It could be easier than I thought. If this goes well, I just need to make it look a bit prettier than it did before. But it's looking okay, to be fair. If I just export this, I can see one big problem on here, and that is that you can't actually see the browser anymore. I think the chat's pulled through, but not the browser. So I'm just going to I'll have to sort that out as well. My only problem with this is that I've kind of used the section that I normally use for all the breaking news for the charity stuff. So if we get loads of late team news later, then I'm obviously going to have to change that up a bit. But we're okay for now. So I'm just going to try and get the browser back as well, because that's obviously going to help. Just bear with me, because this could just go horribly wrong. Could get the wrong tab up. Has that worked? No. Just a little bit of admin as we move from one phase to the other. That should be it. That works, doesn't it? I'm just going to go through and check all the screens work. That works, doesn't it? It's just this one's gone a bit weird. I don't know how to make it big again. It'll be all right, though. We can work with that, can't we? I might just have to play about with it a little bit. Because I lose the chat there, but I don't think that's what I wanted. I think that's the problem. We'll fix it as we go. I think... Is that it? No, it's not. Let me try again. Save. You see, they say women can multitask, don't they? But there we go. That looks better. Because what I want to do is put something on full screen for you in a minute while I go fill up my water bottle. And it all seems seamless, like I've never gone. I'm just going to check that we didn't have any updates from Forest while I was playing about with that. This was the Wolves update, in case you missed that one as well. Nothing too serious there, though. What I wanted to do was play, if I can find it. I've got a lot of tabs open now, which is going to make this more difficult. We had a little bit of an update, if this works. I don't know which clip's best to play, actually. It might be on that tab. We had a bit of an update from Postecoglou yesterday. I can't remember which one I wanted to use to show you. I'm going to have to turn my volume up, though, as well to get it to work. So I'll put that on just for a moment.
Relatively early on. Okay, Angie's with us, looking here to Palace, Selhurst Park, under the lights. Be a tough one there, Ange. Going to start with the team news. Now, we saw Destiny and Pepe come off relatively early on Monday night. How are they?
Yeah, look, Pepe's fine. He kind of, 24 hours sort of post. I said he went into it with a bit of an illness, so he's bounced back well. He trained well today. Destiny, we're still going to sort of have a look at assess. Obviously, it's a short turnaround, so we'll see how he goes today, and then we'll kind of make a decision tomorrow.
Obviously, you got Eves back, but Pierre obviously played his part, so that gives you a sort of the nice sort of decisions that managers always talk about.
I have those decisions every week, so yeah, look, team did well Monday night, and but it's good to get this back available. It's going to be a tough game for sure, and having him back and available for the team is going to be important for us.
Okay, Angie's with us, looking here to Palace, Selhurst Park, under the lights. Be a tough one there, Ange. Going to start with the team news. Now, we saw Destiny and Pepe come off relatively early on Monday night. How are they?
Yeah, look, Pepe's fine. He kind of, 24 hours sort of post. I said he went into it with a bit of an illness, so he's bounced back well. He trained well today. Destiny, we're still going to sort of have a look at assess. Obviously, it's a short turnaround, so we'll see how he goes today, and then we'll kind of make a decision tomorrow.
Obviously, you got Eves back, but Pierre.
Sorry, guys. I think you ended up on the second viewing of that one. I don't know how useful that is in terms of being able to help managers that have got you doggy this week to know whether to keep him, sell him, what to do with him basically. But, you know, there are some big decisions to make on that one. I think I'm going to be selling him for Simicast, but only because that helps to fund other moves elsewhere. The other press conference news was from De Zerbi. I think this is going to be a useful one to play as well. So I'm just going to try and get that one working. Try and get it from the start for you as well.
We feel good. We have not a problem. We will see in the next hours, but for sure I have to change something in the first 11. We can't lose any other players. We hope Tariq Lamptey and Pervis Estupanian can back inside of the group early, but anyway we have to change. I don't know, but many players, yes. Yes, at the moment we feel good. We have not a problem. We will see in the next hours, but for sure I have to change something in the first 11.
So that's the big news that we've got from today then. We've got another super chat in from Jason. One free transfer. Ake to Simicast or Maddison to Son. I think with that one, Maddison to Son is a tempting move. If you look at the predictions, Maddison on 22.2 predicted points over the next 4 game weeks. Son on 25.5. I think the thing that Son offers you is captaincy. He is a golden boot winner. So that certainly helps. That's the thing that I consider. I can see the kids are back home now, so there is a bit of a chance we get interrupted, but hopefully not in the next little period. Still waiting on this press conference from Forest. I'm not convinced we're going to get it, if I'm honest. Just going to do a quick bit of admin. If we head over to Twitter, if you can help me at this point as well, if you're still here and watching, if you're here for the long haul, I'm just going to retweet the stream again, just to remind everyone we're still live, and also make a note of how much we've raised so far. And I am going to go into a Ask Me Anything section of the stream. So if you have got any questions that you want to ask me, FPL related or otherwise, probably for the next hour until we get closer to the deadline, we'll focus on that. So you can drop your questions in the chat. Make sure if you are here that you've liked and subscribed as well. So I'm just going to put how much we've raised so far as well. There we go. So if you can see that on Twitter and want to share that, then please do. But obviously, in this little bit, I am going to have that focus more on doing a little bit of an Ask Me Anything section. I'll leave my team on screen, but hopefully we can, get into a bit of a different conversation for a little while. Any non-FPL questions welcomed for a little while. Anything that you've been wanting to ask me for a bit and haven't had the opportunity to do so, this is the time to go for it and ask away for that as well. Rannock says keep hitting the like button. Rannock and VJ, I think have been here for the long term. Also, let me know in the chat as well how long you've been here. I can see some of you are in for the long haul, which is great to see. TPS Player says, how long do you work for every day as an FPL YouTuber? It's difficult. Some days more than others. Kind of, because my kids have just started school, my like work day is like 9 till 3 at the moment. And I'd say probably half of that is YouTube. You know, I've kind of got like my content planned out for the week of what I do at what point, from which videos come out each day and things like that. So I try and, you know, have the plan in place already, and then I'll sit down and I'll record the video, edit it, make the graphics, upload it, and then, you know, interact with you guys in the comments and stuff, and make sure that, you know, people that follow me on other socials can find it as well. And then in an afternoon, I'll write articles. So I write for Fantasy Football Hub and The Athletic and Sky Sports. And I write quite a few articles for the Hub for other places as well. So that tends to be like the structure of my work day. And then I tend not to get the laptop out too much on an evening, but I will like go on my phone and go on socials and, you know, put short form content out and things like that. Good question, that one. Travels with Gigi says, "Hi Holly, all the best on your charity stream. It really means a lot. Almost feel bad to ask you now, but I'm getting in Watkins, but need to sell either Maddison for a -4 or Odegaard. Who should I sell?" I mean, I think I'd sell Odegaard. I think Maddison's got more upside. Odegaard's not really been that involved in set pieces for Arsenal this season. He didn't do very well at the start of the season when Jesus is out. So I think, you know, it's not really going to help him too much again. VJ says his Grimsby nice. My mum's a Grimsby lass. It's home. I think that's what I'd say. So, you know, I live here, my family live here, so if it wasn't like for being my home, I think there's probably more exciting places to live. But, you know, the family's here, obviously get quite a bit of help with childcare and stuff, so it's good to have that network around. And yeah, keep the questions coming while we're doing the Ask Me Anything bit, guys, as well. Some FPL questions as well. Marcus says, how do you not overthink your moves, spending so much time on it? I think it actually helps me because, you know, I tend to do a team selection or a transfer plans video at the start of the week. And once, you know, you've kind of committed to telling people what your moves are, you really need to heavily justify doing something different. I think in the past I've been prone to overthinking it because I've consumed a lot more FPL content. At the moment, I obviously I keep an eye on Twitter a lot, but I don't really watch a lot of other FPL content. Just realised I forgot to take out my contact lenses. So yeah, I think it helps me in a way. I feel bad if I do change my transfer plans through the week. Obviously, sometimes things are taken out of your hands with injuries and things like that, and it can change things. But in general, I try not to get influenced by other things. I mean, this week I've changed my moves because I've gone for Watkins rather than Saka. I haven't made the moves yet, but yeah, so yeah, it does happen. Simon, got my cuppa, set for the afternoon. That's brilliant. We are now 2.5 hours in, 3.5 hours to go. So that's like, we're probably 38% of the way there. I'll feel good when we've got to halfway. And I think it'll, obviously the press conferences keep the first section lively, but, you know, counting down to the deadline. It's nice to do this little bit as well. A super in from Andy. Thank you for this one, Andy. Happy Friday to you. Tricky one for you. Would you bench Maddison or Ferguson? Ferguson was on the bench last night, so I'm kind of hoping he'll start the weekend. Maddison's sensational away from home. Crystal Palace away is not a bad fixture. Yeah, it's a no-brainer for me. Maddison starts, Ferguson benched. In terms of predicted points for this week, Maddison is on, that's not this week, 5.1. Ferguson is on 4. If that helps. Thank you for the donation now. We're now up to £477.68. Can we get to... do you think we can get to £500 before the halfway point? That would be something special. Daniel says, what are your career aspirations? I kind of feel like I'm living my best life at the moment, if I'm honest. I think the main thing for me this season in particular has been growing the YouTube channel. You know, I've spent quite a lot of time more like on Twitter and that in the past, and I feel like times have changed and videos where it's at. That's why I've been like doing all the short form content and that. So I think, you know, growing the YouTube channel is the key for me, kind of for the next little period of time. Other than that, I just try and work in FPL for as long as possible, basically. Not exactly sure of the route to get there, but yeah, that's the plan. That's what I want to do, work in FPL for as long as possible, whatever that can look like. But, you know, the climate's changed a lot in the last 4 years since I first started doing that. I had maybe it was 5 years ago, I had my own website, and, you know, things have changed, paths have changed, so I'm open to it. I used to be a teacher before this. I spent 9 years as a teacher, then did the FPL content on the side, and then when I had my first child, I couldn't do it all. I couldn't work full time, maintain the FPL content, and be a parent as well, and was in a fortunate enough position to be able to take a risk on the FPL content, and haven't looked back, and not in any rush to go back to teaching. Simon, 210 minutes to go. That's shorter than Lord of the Rings. Thank you. That's made me laugh. Brian says, do you use the Hub AI recommendations? Oh, do they persuade your transfer decisions? No, I think it's nice to have the confirmation that kind of the transfers that you're making, the robot approves of them. But I don't start at the robot. I end with the confirmation from the robot. I've not followed it all season though. To be fair though, I've been running the AI team. So I started off with the Hub's predicted best team at the start of the season. It's wildcarding this week. And where's it gone? It's not doing too bad at the moment. It's at 1.2 million, 546 points. And a wild card looks pretty strong for it this week, so we'll see how it goes. We're 7 likes off 400 likes, by the way, guys. Killerat says, what do you do in the off season? Not a lot, to be fair. Relax, recuperate, go on holiday with the family. That's the main thing. Try and catch up on a bit of life admin. The international breaks have been coming frequently enough as well. It's just because so much of it is on social media. It's quite nice to just relax and not be on social media, not feel like I have to check my phone all the time. But it's a bit different this year because in June my kids are both going to be at school, but we are going to go on holiday for a week, which will be nice. It also gives me a chance to do things like upgrade all the graphics, decide what I want my content to look like for the season ahead. It's good to have a break as well, recharge the batteries. Dan says you're on Sky News in your blue spaceship, so you're doing okay. Are you not enjoying the LED lights, Dan? But yeah, again, yeah. Very, very privileged to be able to do things like Sky Sports. We're at 400 likes, which is brilliant. How are we getting on? Has everyone given that tweet I did a boost? I'll pin it. I'll pin it on Twitter as well. Simon, there's no harder but more rewarding job than being a parent. Yeah, got to agree with you there. I feel like my kids in the UK, it's the school holidays at the minute, and most people get a week. My kids' school's got 2 weeks off, and I feel like next week could be a long week. I mean, it's great being off with the kids, but they like the routine of school. Yeah, Rannox says, please don't spam the chat. David says, children are going uneducated because of your FPL obsession. What do you mean? The blue light beats the lawnmower. Yeah, you don't need to worry about the lawnmower too much in this time of year. Keep the non-FPL questions coming. We're having a bit of a chilled Ask Me Anything time, but I will try and answer some more of the FPL questions. Harley says Salah or Watkins for captain. Both great picks, the top two for this week. Salah just edges it for me. Plenty of questions still on. You doggy. That's the quote for him. We're ready to go to assess him. Short turnaround. We'll see how he does today, make a decision tomorrow. He'll be in the squad. Whether he starts or not, I don't know. But we can keep an eye out for some leaks. I am just going to check while we've got FPL on our minds slightly, whether there's been anything crop up on Twitter. One thing that's coming in now is the predicted 11s, which I always find useful. So I'm going to bookmark some of those to look at a bit later on. We've got plenty of time left yet. I don't think we've missed anything in the meantime. Don't know what happened to the Forest press conference. But yeah, we've not had it yet. Whether we get it all or not, I don't know. Vijay, favourite meal and pudding. Favourite meal, probably pizza. Favourite pudding, anything that's chocolate related, chocolate brownie. Yeah, I think that would be my last meal. TPS player says, how old are you, Holly? I'm 33. Had to think about that then. Neil says, which team do you support? You should be able to see on the FPL website what team I support. There you go. When I was doing content for Wolves, though, I was a hardcore Wolves fan. I like this one from Travels with GG. I always have to laugh to myself when I watch your videos. I remember a tweet you once had where you said you'd reached a new low when your baby threw up in your mouth. Yeah, I'm going to say that was probably the lowest moment of parenting so far. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than that. But you know what kids are like. Probably could at some point. It happened this year actually as well, so still fresh. David said favourite pizza topping. I mean, standard pepperoni, you can't go wrong. But yeah, like spicy meats, andouille, something like that. Simon, I'm 46 next week. I wish I was 33 again. You're only as old as you feel, Simon. I used to teach maths, so I did maths at uni, and then trained to be a teacher, and then taught maths in secondary schools in the UK for 9 years, all the way A-level maths, further maths. I preferred teaching the bigger ones than the smaller ones, getting into the hardcore stuff. Some of it was a bit easy. Dan, which player in the Premier League do you think you could throw the furthest? Oh, I mean, I'd be shocking at that. Probably someone small and light, like a Billy Gilmore, something like that. Shall we have a look? Shortest Premier League player. This could be ever, couldn't it? Someone youthful that doesn't weigh a lot. I might have to put 2023 in here. Tariq Lamptey. Do you reckon he's light? Ryan Fraser? Yeah, he's only as big as me, Ryan Fraser. That could be the one. We'll go with that. Random question, though. Very random. Feremi has said Dragon Balls or Power Rangers. I mean, I'm a 90s kid, so I think I'm going to have to say Power Rangers. I don't even know where Dragon Balls fits in, so. Rannoch says, what transfers are you considering at the moment with the news that's in? I think for me, it's going to be Simicast in for you, doggy, but only to fund Alvarez to Watkins. Brian says, do you still have a soft spot for Wolves? Yeah, I do. Got to be honest. Right, we've got 15 minutes till we hit the halfway mark. If anyone can dig deep to help us get to £500, that'd be pretty cool. Vijay says, favourite British holiday. I mean, I do like Centre Parks, got to admit, especially with the kids. Or going to Butlins again next year. That's good as well. Because you don't have to cook. You eat, they feed you as well. Which means it makes the whole holiday a lot less stressful. Yeah, VJ said share, like, and definitely subscribe. Feel like it was a while ago we hit 27k. I wasn't the best with the content last week, though. I went away with my husband, so missed kind of that later bit. Rannoch is as old as Holly. Maybe, could you just rephrase that as I'm young as Holly? Yeah, people are doing this in riddles now. I'm older. Killer Rat says I'm older than Holly, younger than Simon. TPS players only slightly taller than Ryan Fraser. Maybe I should try and throw you then. David's coming in with the maths educational chat again. Just going to check that we've not had anything in from Forest yet, which was the last press conference we was waiting on, or anything else of note on Twitter in the meantime. I mean, I don't know what Steve Cooper's doing. He's not turning up for us, though. Neil says I have a t-shirt older than Holly. You need to refresh your wardrobe more regularly, if that's the case. I guess if it still fits, then doesn't matter. Right, Mikkel is very insistent with his FPL question. Start you Doggy or Veltman? I mean, Brighton are going after the clean sheets. So I'm going to say Veltman. You Doggy is not guaranteed to start anyway. DSM says you Doggy or Burn. I think even without the fitness concerns for you, Doggy, I think Burn had the better fixture this week anyway. Iro says, I've got Watkins and Alvarez. Should I get Darwin as a third striker, or is there anyone else worth considering? No, I think 3-5-2 is the formation. Charlie has asked, what do you reckon I do? Start you, Doggy, or start Gusto, or sell you, Doggy, for -4? I think Gusto could do pretty well against Brentford. You Doggy will be back soon, but the fixtures are turning for Spurs. I don't think you Doggy's in the optimal defence at the moment, so you could make the change to someone that you prefer long term, I think. Benji says Odegaard or Maddison to Saka. I don't think Arsenal are strong enough to be doubled up on the midfield at the moment when there's so many other options elsewhere. So I'd say, I'd say Odegaard to Saka. Mike says Frodo or Sam, and I don't even know what that question means. Tony says, how pretty can Adingra's minutes be? And is Ansu Fati also an option? Yeah, I think both are options. I think I prefer Adingra. Now I've learnt to say his name. Neil said he didn't say it still fits. Rannick says, if you still had your wild card, when would you play it? I think if you've not got Salah, then this is the week to play it. Just looking at the wider schedule, we've got, you need to play it by the game week 20 deadline, yeah? Which is the 30th of December. Game week 18 is a blank for Brentford and City. So if you're heavily invested in them, you can sell them going into game week 18 and then wildcard game week 19 to get them in because they've both got a good schedule. The other thing to bear in mind though is we had the fixture, the proper TV fixtures released the other day, yesterday I think. Game week 18 starts, so the deadline's on the Thursday evening. And then you've got to tinker over Christmas for the Boxing Day deadline. But 12:30 on the 26th. So you've got kind of even though there's Christmas in there, if you celebrate Christmas, you've still got 5 days to kind of tinker with everything, which I don't think's bad. And then game week 20 is when it's absolutely got to be played. Still a very busy time of year. That's that window though, 19-20 is when you could play it if you're not playing it this week. FPL Down Under said, who would you bench out of Neto and He-Chan? Josie Semp says, who's your Premier League crush? I don't know at the minute, actually. Let me have a think. It used to be Kabay. But he's not been around for a while. I don't know if anyone's quite replaced him. If you proper stumped me with that question. Just trying to think. I'm just going to look down the list of players for inspiration. I mean, Maddison's a good-looking man, isn't he? Probably a bit young for me, though. Probably all a bit young for me now. Ben White. He's a good-looking chap. For Emmy, I've got 2 free transfers. Neto and Gabriel in for Richarlison and Taylor. I think there's better options than Neto. Quite like Gordon. If you're going for a cheap mid, I'd go Gordon. Mark says, depending on when you got you doggy, don't sell him as you'd lose value and he might only be back for one game. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think I want him long term. This is the thing. He's got... After this week, it's Chelsea at home, Wolves away, Villa at home, City away, West Ham home, Newcastle home. I'm not really bothered about owning him for that run. That's why it makes sense this week to sell him anyway. Neil with an FPL question. I want to get rid of Flecken when I get the chance. Any keeper suggestions other than the standard Areola? The Areola turn of rotation is fine. I think it's a struggle to hold an expensive goalkeeper and afford all the other options elsewhere. That's why everyone's going with it. Dan G, I'm thinking of free hit this week. 3 from Liverpool, Villa and Arsenal. The thing is, for me, Liverpool, Villa and Arsenal assets you want long term. Like, look at Liverpool's next 3. Forest, Luton, Brentford. You're not just buying them for this week. Villa have got Luton, Forest, Fulham. Arsenal have got Sheffield United. Then it's Newcastle, yeah, which is a bit tougher. But then Burnley. Like, first of all, the free hit's better played in a week where teams have blank or double game weeks. But also, yeah, I just think that you if they're players you want this week, you want them for the long term. And if you need to take a hit to get them in because you've already played the wild card, then so be it. Simon said, with 10 minutes until the can't get my words out, the halfway point. I think we're sooner than that now. 5 minutes till halfway. Can we get to £500 for the halfway point? Anyone not donated yet that thinks they can afford to? Get the donations in now. Let's have a little flurry up to halfway. It'll give me a new lease of life for the second half of the stream if we can make it to 500 now. Billy says, how long is Isaac out and is Wilson worth it? I think we don't know how long Isaac's out. Could just be a few weeks. Gordon could play up top though as well. So Wilson is tempting. The fixtures aren't great, but I think probably he is fixture proof. It's a mixed bag, isn't it? It could be worth a punt. But I think Haaland and Watkins is just easy at the moment. I'm obviously lacking on the Lord of the Rings knowledge, guys. Sorry about that. Mickey van der Ven. I don't even know what... I don't think I've watched Spurs play enough this week to know what it looks like. Yeah, I can probably see where she's coming from. David says you and Big Meeks look good together. Oh, he's a legend. Dylan, should I play Foster or you doggy? I'd play Foster. If Bournemouth are without Neto. Monkey asks, when's AFCON? I don't know how much disruption we're expecting. The 13th of January till the 11th of February. Now, if we look at the schedule, we've only got 2 deadlines in January. Game week 21 and game week 22. So if you've got anyone in AFCON, they could miss up to 4 games. Salah's going to be the big one. And I think the key is going to be able to afford to get him back in. That's going to be the challenge. Sell him for AFCON, how do we get him back? There will be other players that miss because of AFCON, but Salah's going to be the main one. Yeah, free hits are best for the blank and double game weeks. Jacob says, Maddison for Saka for a -4. No. Feremi says, what happened to the live FPL show before it was superb? It's back. It's back on the FPL website. If you go on the Scout, and then it's there, fantasy show. So it looks like it was Az on it this week. So you can watch the full episode there. So it's on, I think it's on live at 10:30 UK time on the international channels. And then if you're in the UK, it comes on the FPL website. And then it goes on Sky and Sky and TNT Sports later in the day. But I don't know how it works this week. It'll probably be on at 6 o'clock on Sky and BT tonight. TNT, sorry. We're 1 minute to halfway. Do we need like a little celebratory countdown? So we're 30 seconds to halfway even. Which feels like some achievement. Declan said, Mad is so good, I feel stupid transferring him, but I need Saka. Don't let the FOMO get to you. If you think Maddison's a better asset, which I do in the next couple, keep him. You don't just need to do it because you see other people doing it. Could Mbomo be a differential? Well, he was for me last week. We've made it, guys. We are at the halfway point. 3 hours down, 3 hours to go. £477.68 currently in the pot for Cancer Research UK, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you to everyone that's joined in, but particularly those that have been with me for all of the last 3 hours. Hopefully you can stay with me. To be fair, now it's actually gone up to £487.68. I must have missed one somewhere along the line, which is brilliant. Like, I mean, I hadn't really thought about what I was hoping to raise before we started, but it certainly wouldn't have been anywhere close to this amount. Have I missed one? Have we had another one in? Oh, Gazman came in with $9.99. Brilliant. Thank you, mate. I'm pleased you're saying it's flown by. I hope I'm not boring anyone. Thank you, Gazman, for that one. I just wanted to check that we've not missed the Forest press conference while we've been chatting. I can't see anything. Don't quite know what's gone on. We're starting to get these predicted lineups through from Emma Jump the Wave. So we've got the Spurs one in. I might just need to switch to the big screen. You Doggy currently at 51% to start. Dave is at 47%. Emerson 5%. So it's looking like 50-50 on you Doggy at the moment. But we haven't got any news yet on whether he's travelled, whether he's in squad, anything like that. So that's just something to think about. I think the rest of it looks fairly certain. So we've got Kulusevski, Basuma, Sarr. It looks like Richarlison, Sam Maddison. That's the predictions anyway. And in terms of what's happened at Forest, no idea. No press conference, no sight of any quotes or anything at the moment. So if you've got any Forest players, pretty much in the dark. It's not like they've been in Europe or anything midweek, so I don't know what their excuses are. Yeah, all very quiet at the moment. So I think we're not going to worry too much about the tweet deck for now. I'll put my team back on screen. Mans has asked about price changes tonight. Yeah, I mean, there'll be quite a lot of... let me open this on a different tab. There'll be quite a lot of transfers that are still going to be made. But in terms of what players look like they're going up and down, you can get this on Fantasy Football Hub. So it looks like it's quite a lot to go up tonight, actually. 9 players. This is skewed a bit, though, because we have to remember that transfers made by people on wildcards don't actually contribute to this. But it looks like Watkins, Cash, White, Gabriel, Archer, Son, Van der Ven, Areola and Douglas Luiz could all rise tonight. Now, I potentially got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. And dropping tonight, Jesus, Andreas, Isaac, and Bomo, Almiron, Akanji, Nketiah, Casemiro, Fabianski, Rashford, Enzo, Botman, Mings, Gross, Ake, Perisic, Foden, Baldock, and Hoyland. And there are quite a number expected to happen tomorrow, including Burn up, Taylor up, Tsimikas up, Salah up, Saka up, and potentially down Udogi. Fernandez, Ward-Prowse in there as well. Some more donations in. Thank you very much, guys. Brian says, what do I think about Ward-Prowse? Ward-Prowse is a tricky one. I think there's teams that have got better fixtures. I think there's better assets in West Ham. Fixtures are okay, to be fair. If you look at the predicted points, though, it's the routes to points. And you look at midfielders at that price point, he doesn't make the top 10 on the predictions. And as we've seen him play a bit deeper, haven't we? Don't actually know where he is on the predictions. Has he just disappeared? He's on 16.3 predicted points over the next 4 game weeks. Why? Oh, I've not got it filtered by midfielders. It doesn't help me, does it? You look at, at 6.3 million when you can get a Matoma or a Diaby or a Gordon. There's not much comparison there. I think if you've got him, you can probably hold him, though, unless it's a luxury move. Jason says, I found you on The Athletic. I know you also write for other sites. How do you separate your content across the different platforms? I think the thing is, like a lot of, different places want different styles of content. So for The Athletic, it is a lot more of a deep dive. So we pick out a certain topic each week and we maybe look at a bit more of the strategy side of things, as well as, exactly, honing in on the best picks for this week. Whereas when I write for the Hub, it's more focused on, more of a casual audience. I mean, the main thing I write for them is the AI team. And then I write, some quite content that's designed for a more casual manager on behalf of the Hub. In other places, and that wants to be to the point, who are the best players for this week kind of vibe. So I'd say I get a good mixture. And Cosando has come in with a £20 donation. That's fantastic. Well done, Holly. Great idea. Your FPL content is fab. Hope this takes it over 500. It has. I'm going to have to update this now, aren't I? Which is no bad thing. We're at £513.49. So thank you very much for that one. This is amazing. Get that updated. Hopefully it doesn't all disappear like it did last time. Oh, I've not even got it on screen, which doesn't help. There we go. Thank you for that one as well. So we've done the price changes. Yeah, I think I'm going to sell you Doggy. I've got 2 free transfers this week. Matteo says Salah, Saka or Watkins captain. I think Salah, Watkins, Saka in that order for me. Vijay says your favourite all-time movie. I do like a chick flick. Probably Love Actually, but I feel like I've watched it too many times now. It's kind of lost its spark. Kidos is saying Bowen v Palmer v Matoma. I think I'd put Matoma first, Bowen second, Palmer third. Random... Oh, I've just jumped on the chat. Random guy, where's your comment gone now? There it is. Who should I start? Alvarez or Matoma? Also, Dan Burn or Tsimikas? I'd play Tsimikas over Burn. Alvarez or Matoma, that's a difficult one. Kind of wouldn't want to bench either of them, really. But probably, regrettably, it would be Alvarez. TPS player's got his Halloween costume ready. Let me know what you're dressing up as. And also saying he's got to leave before the deadline for McDonald's. Sounds like you're living the dream. Halloween costume ready. McDonald's for tea, I'm guessing. Ahmed says captain Adingra, Salah, Haaland or Watkins. Salah, Watkins, Haaland are doing a would read the order. Only 3 hours to go. We're getting there, aren't we? Simon said he arrived before the stream started. That's dedication. It was a bit last minute getting set up today somehow. Samrat says Dean or Cash. Cash. I think Moreno's back soon, which won't help. Is João Pedro starting and Adingra? I don't know if we've got... we certainly won't have any leaks yet. I probably ought to open WhatsApp again soon now, because we're not far off kind of getting more close to the deadline preview. I also need to keep checking that my phone hasn't run out of charge, because I've got my webcam on it. It's very quiet downstairs. My children aren't causing too much carnage. I bet they're having some screen time. They could be watching the stream, you never know. I doubt it, though. I just want to check that we're not missing any leaks or anything like that. Can we try and get the stream up to 500 likes? It's great, you know, in terms of people that have donated, it's fantastic. But remember, you can contribute to the stream just by watching, liking, subscribing. It pushes the stream out to more people and we'll get ad revenue from it as well. Shane is in with a donation. He says, well done, Holly. Thank you, Shane, for that one. I really don't know what happened at Forest, but we've not had a press conference from them today, clearly. I feel like my computer's starting to chug a bit as well, which does worry me. Hopefully it can keep going, because it's only at the halfway mark, but I can see it says excellent condition, which is good. Keep coming with the questions, though. And I'll try and do my best to answer them all. Shamil says, Captain Watkins, yeah, that's fine. Gazman said, got me through a crappy afternoon at work. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Baldock, yeah, this is important. Baldock would be a nice, super cheap option if he goes to 3.8, as it looks like he's back, yeah. I could have done with that last night, and then I could have got him with... I could have taken Mbomo and Botman out. Akshat in with the super as well. Thank you, Akshat. Who is the best defender to go for in the 4.5 to 5 million bracket? Already have Tsimikas, Cher, Cash, Burke. You doggy will be transferred out. Gabriel. Is it 4 clean sheets for Arsenal this season? He's back available, back in favour. Sorry, I'm getting a bit hot. I'm going to have to take my jumper off. Yeah, that's where I'd go with that. Thank you as well for the super as well. I'm probably going to have to update the tally again soon. If any ads come up as well, guys, which I probably will do, if you watch them, I feel like I'm a bit fluffy now. If you watch them, then that will help raise more money as well. It's not all about this super chat and super thanks, but it's great, those of you that have left them as well. Let's have a look what's going on Twitter. All the predicted lineups are coming from Emma at Jump the Wave. So Newcastle predicted lineup is quite an interesting one, this one. Trippier, Schär, Lascelles, Burn, backline. It's looking like Bruno, Longstaff, Tonali potentially, or Joe Linton. And then Almiron, Gordon, Wilson, front three. Brighton predicted lineup. I'll bookmark this one as well. Verbruggen over Steele. Interesting. Dunk, Veltman. Possibly one of Webster or Van Heck. Igor, Gross, Matoma. Adingra, Ferguson, maybe João Pedro or Fati. Interesting. I mean, that just goes to show that, we've got no idea. But I guess the positive is that Matoma is at 93% in there, probably the highest of all their players. Looks like the headline some of the United accounts are going with is Casemiro not fit to start, which I don't think will help them, given the difficulty of the fixture this weekend. I don't think there's anything else, though, that we've missed. Where I've been chatting. I will start looking at the tweet deck a bit more regularly as we get closer to the deadline, but I thought we could have like a bit of a quieter period. Paul asked DRB on Matoma. I think Matoma just, especially if you've got Watkins as well. Mark says your favourite karaoke song. Avoid it like the plague. Would be what I'd say. Let me know if you're on a wild card this week. I'll give you a sneak peek at the AI team wild card that I mentioned before. We've got the predicted lineups are in from Bendinnery as well, so we'll have a look at them in a minute. I feel like I've got a lot of tabs open, too many perhaps, so I'm going to try and get rid of some without breaking everything. Still not on the screen that I wanted. Get rid of that one and that one. Might make it easier. Yeah, so the AI team is on the wild card this week. And I've written an article for Fantasy Football Hub with the new team on wild card. Palmer was the key to unlocking it, interestingly. So take a look at that and tell me what you think in terms of the moves that you would make. Sorry, I've just got a quick email I need to respond to. FPL fella said, what's your favourite tipple, Holly? I'd say a gin and tonic would be the one for me. Easily pleased. To be fair, I don't actually think I've got any tonic in the fridge at the moment. And I feel like after this I might need one. Well, there might be one in there. I'll definitely have a gin tonight. I've just got the dreaded notification that my phone battery is low. So I'm just going to... I am still here, I promise. I'm just going to turn the camera off to plug it in so we don't run out of charge, because that would be a disaster. Sorry if I've just made loads of noise as well. That's hurt your ears. I'm just going to check that it's charging. I don't know if it is. Have a look. 1 second. Oh no, it is charging. We're okay. Cannot be losing you. Hopefully I've not just messed up my camera. Yeah, so I thought the wildcard team was quite interesting. In terms of, you know, the picks in there. I think this is the go-to now, 3-5-2 on wildcard. And the key picks at the moment are in the attack. If you can get Salah, Saka, Son, Haaland and Watkins, you're winning at life. And then in terms of the other, like the defence, the budget defence is what unlocks it. Tsimikas, Cash, Gabriel. So it wasn't Palmer. Anyway, it was Gordon, Matoma. It was Gordon was the key to unlocking it. Fella said, what's the running total? I need to give it another update, don't I? We're at £521.24, which is mental. I don't know if this is going to let me update properly. Pray for my PC through every update now. Yeah, that is right. File, export, quick export. But yeah, we're doing amazing. I feel like when we reach 4 o'clock, that's sort of like an acceptable time for a deadline stream to start. I feel like we're going to be making more progress. Just a reminder of my plans for this week. I haven't actually made the transfers yet, but I think I'm pretty set on what I'm doing now. I'm going to ignore Saka this week, and I'm going to bring in Watkins for Alvarez. I just feel like Watkins is more essential than Saka over the next two. And to fund that, I'm going to go from Udogie, who I'm not bothered about owning any longer because of the negative swing in Spurs fixtures, and bring in Tsimikas. I've not made it yet, but I'm going to be making it soon. Oh, Nizki says, really annoying me that it says Steam and not Stream in the title. How have we got 3 hours in and no one has told me this? Let me update it. There's no Steam. If anyone's tuning in expecting some Steam, you'll be severely disappointed. TPS player says, we're the Super Shandarmy. I like that. Is there like some sort of chant to go with it? Lazy Parkour says a Dingra or Palmer. I would say Gordon if you can get to him. A Dingra though, of those two. Fella, that is amazing. Fella says when he gets to the Juice meetup, he's going to tell them all to jump on board and donate to get it to £1,000. That would be crazy. It would be crazy. A good crazy though. I mean, I'm astounded we got to 500 quid, to be fair. If you think you can work your magic, then go for it. Dan G said, I thought it was a joke, like loads of hot air. Nah, just FPL content here, I'm afraid. Monkey says, Danilo, Philippe and Elanga, Nottingham Forest injury. Have I missed this? Have we had a press conference from Forest? Where is it? Here we go. Oh, yeah. Cooper is not expecting anyone back for game week 10. Ilanga touch and go after missing training all week due to illness. Have Forest tweeted that themselves? Let's have a look. Let's jump back on Twitter. While I'm searching for this, guys, if you are on Twitter, I might just do another tweet, and then if you could go retweet it, send more people this way. Obviously, the more people we get in, the better in terms of raising more money. Because I think that tally, I believe, is just the chat revenue. So there will be ad revenue on top of that as well, which is amazing. So I'm going to just do a retweet on this and say... what am I going to say? We've just passed 500 quid in donations, 2.5 hours to go. Come join us. And then I'm going to put a link in as well, if I can find it. This is just a little bit of admin. Hopefully you can put up with the admin, because it's all for a good cause. Hang on, my copy and paste didn't work. Put an emoji in there. Can't go wrong with an emoji. There we go. So if you see that on Twitter now, give that a retweet. That'll send more people this way. I was looking for the Ilanga news, wasn't I? Let's see what we can find. I feel like I need to add this account to my list. Bookmark to folder. Press conferences. There we go. Right, I'm just going to play this then, so you've got it. If it'll work. 1 second.
There's a bit of well, nobody's going to return to the starting lineup, that's for sure. Which obviously is a bit of a frustration, particularly at the top end of the pitch, because we're not blessed with options at the moment because of player availability. And Anthony has been ill for a few days as well, and he'll be touch and go, I think, for the game. And if he is available, whether he's available to start. So that's unfortunate, because obviously Anthony was excellent last week against Luton. And these Premier League games are really high in every aspect, particularly physical. And you need to be, feeling good about yourself physically to be able to play at the demands that the Premier League asks of you. So, he's going to be a doubt. Like I said, whether he makes the squad or the team, I'm not too sure. Could be any of them things at the moment, but we haven't seen him for a little while. But no players returning, but that's fine. We obviously hopefully to be a different situation, but it's not, and we have to work well, work at our best. I have to say, after a good review, which was needed after the Luton game training, and the atmosphere has been excellent this week, been really focused, which is what it should be. But it has been, and we got to Liverpool, like I say, hopefully with the right belief, plan, and commitment to do what we want to do.
So that was quite a useful update there from Steve Cooper from Forest. So we have got all the press conference information now as well. So I will have a quick recap of the press conferences in just a minute. But we have had another comment in from Simon. I'm going into game week 10 with Vicario, Walker, Trippier, Cash, Douglas Luiz, Salah, Saka, Maddison, Alvarez, Watkins. Pretty good team, that, to be fair. You missed out Bowen. You only had 10 men. But yeah, that's looking good. That's looking decent, to be fair. What I wanted to do then was go through all this press conference news now, because I feel like we've got a full picture of exactly what's going on, who's available, who's not, and then we can start with 2.5 hours to the deadline to glean a bit more information. So it looks like there's no Casemiro, or not to start, for United, which will help City. We've got predicted lineups, of course, as well. I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm going to go through the highlights. Pay looks likely to start in a front three for Brentford tomorrow. You're not fit for Chelsea. No significant news from Villa. Estupiñán and Lamptey are close for Brighton, but it won't be this week. Coleman back in training, but not ready just yet for Everton. We could see Gordon play centre forward at times for Newcastle, so that Wilson doesn't need to play every game. Foden and Alvarez were rested midweek, ready for the derby by the sounds of things. Neto missing for Bournemouth. A few players not quite back for Fulham. Isaac's going to be out for a bit for Newcastle, hence the news on Gordon. Nothing significant from De Zerbi, though. Davies could start ahead of Udogie for Spurs. Wan-Bissaka back in training for United. McBurney has not trained for Sheffield United. Baldock back soon. Partey out for Arsenal with a muscle injury, as is Gabriel Jesus. Tompkins out for Palace. Jones suspended for Liverpool. This was a quote from Postecoglou on Udogie. We're going to look at and assess. It's a short turnaround, so we'll see how he does and make a decision tomorrow. Palmer potentially on penalties long term for Chelsea, but it could be Sterling or Jackson. Tonali is going to be banned for 10 months, but I don't know if it's going to be live for tomorrow, so he could play. And Reece James is looking close to a start for Chelsea, but that won't be this week either. So it's mounting up in terms of the news that we've got coming through now. We've kind of got that full picture, which will make it easy to lock in those transfers. I've not made my transfers yet, but I am pretty certain on what I'm going to do. I just haven't done it yet. Just in case we get any interesting leaks from Spurs or whatever, I think it's just useful to have that kind of full picture on exactly what we're going to do before making the moves. Just making sure as well, because we've not got that much longer, that I've got everything open in terms of any team leaks in case they come through, because I don't want to miss anything. I think I've got the WhatsApp back open now, which will help. I think we're across everything. Did we have the Luton one at Burke? Burke is out as well, which obviously isn't going to help. If you're a Aston Villa, if you're a Watkins owner, you're probably looking at that and think, give him the armband. Let's jump over to the My Team tool on the hub then, and you can see my move for this week. I think I've got it saved. So I'm looking at doing... Why is this not... I don't think I saved it, did I? Watkins in for Alvarez and Tsimikas in for Udogie. And then I'm going to captain Salah and vice-captain Son. That's what I'm looking at. I think I'm locked in on those moves, but I haven't actually made them yet. But I'm just trying to make sure we've got everything. My PC is not playing ball with me now. Phone's nearly out of charge. I might have to switch over to another camera at some point. I just want to make sure that if there are any leaks, I've got them covered for you guys. Well, I think we'll be okay. I kind of know the main places where we'll get them, and just making sure I've got all the tabs open so that we've got it all covered. Yeah, a useful reminder of not to make sure that you've got your teams locked in time. Can you imagine if I do a 6-hour stream and forget to lock in my team at the end? That would be an absolute disaster. FPL Nim has joined. Thank you for joining, Nim. And I think she's sent some of her followers my way as well after her stream. I hope you had a good stream. We're getting there on this one. I feel like I'm turning a bit crazy, but the end is in sight. The deadline is in sight for sure. Halstead, do you think Palmer will start? Yeah, I do, but I think with Nkunku nearly back, I don't know how much longevity there is in that pick. Andrew Barton says 4-4-2 with Udogie or 3-5-2 with Neto. I'd go Neto. Bowen or Matoma, that's a tough one. Possibly Matoma just. I don't know. It's a bit of a coin flip. At least he's a bit cheaper. That's all I'd say on that one. Killer Rat says, woo, congrats on passing 500. Yeah, I'm thrilled about that. If you can make sure, I mean, there's no obligation to donate at all. It's been fantastic, those people that have, and it's been lovely to hear a few stories along the way as well. So, I mean, some stories were pretty sad to hear. But at least we're raising money, so that hopefully there are less sad stories out there in the future. But yeah, if you are wanting to support, just by liking and subscribing, that feeds the YouTube algorithm and should hopefully send people my way. And if you can retweet my pin tweet, that can help as well. If you can't afford to support or you don't want to, then that's a way you can support without donating. But yeah, the super chat and super thanks is turned on. That is the best way of donating. We're up to like £500, which is crazy. £521.24. TPS had just told the 21 people waiting at the focal stream to do a super chat. We don't want to beg for the donations. I don't think that's quite the vibe we're going for. But you know, if there's anyone that is maybe waiting on all the streams that can join here for a bit, certainly tell them. But we don't need to be too pushy in the approach. It's all for charity at the end of the day. What am I missing something with this whole Oscar Bob thing? I feel like there's a chat in the convo. There's a I can't even get my words out again. There's some banter in the chat about Oscar Bob, and I don't know where it started or where it's going. Is he like your bench player? I didn't even realise he was in the game. 0.1% owned, is that you? 4.4 million. He looks like a good kid, at the very least. Sean says, got a question, Simicast and Archer or Gabriel and Mubama? I think Simicast to have an extra sub is far stronger. I think Gabriel will do well, but I think Mubama's too big a compromise. High for you, Romero or Udogie? Romero's fit, Udogie isn't, so. Nabin says start Darwin or Alvarez. Darwin, maybe just. I don't know if we've had any predictions from Liverpool yet. Oh, here we go. Right on cue. 87% says Darwin starts. I think that's pretty positive, to be fair. Doesn't get to look a lot better than that. City predicted lineup: Rodri back in and Silva, Haaland, Alvarez, Foden, possibly Grealish. Backline of Stones, Diaz, Vardiol, Walker. That's the prediction from the fans. United prediction: Onana, Reguilon, Maguire, Varane, Dalot, Amrabat, Fernandez, Højlund, Rashford, possibly Anthony. Casim, I don't know. Don't know who that holding mid's going to be. It's not going to be pretty, I can tell you that much. Arsenal predicted lineup: Nketiah to start, Martinelli, Saka, Havertz, Odegaard, Rice, Zinchenko, Gabriel, White, Saliba, Raya. It's quite nice getting these little kind of fan predictions in. Gives you like a good kind of idea of how things are looking. I think we're okay in terms of leaks at the moment. Can get rid of that one now. We've had the Elanga update, haven't we? Exciting times then. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. I remember when we was 2 hours and 20 minutes in. It feels like a long time ago. All good though. Oh, I just wanted to check that anywhere that we might get any leaks I've got open. I think I have actually. I think we're all sorted. Martinelli or Maddison? I think I'd go Maddison. Wolfman, Haaland, Anderson to Saka, Watkins for free now. I think you can replace Anderson. Can you do Anderson to Gordon? I guess you might need a bit more funds for that. Forest and Luton news, there wasn't anything too significant. Burke's out. Salah differential. I don't think Salah's been a differential for a while, if I'm honest. Adith says Palmer or Mbomo. I like Matoma and Gordon in that kind of zone. David has come in with the super. Thank you, David. I've seen you've been in the chat for a while. Sometimes with some banter, but good to see the super chat in now as well. Sorry, the super thanks. That now takes us up to £531.26. We're doing well. It's pretty impressive. Oh gosh. Why does this keep crashing on me? There we go. It'll just take a minute to load. It'll be coming back. Simon's been busy building a presentation. Have I just been on in the background? Light rays is at 2:10 a.m. in Sydney. Kicking on with you. It'll be morning. The sun will be coming up by the time you're done. Or by the time I'm done. VJ gonna have a greasy fry up. I'm hoping that my other half has got my tea cooked by the time we're done. Gave very clear instructions. Kale says Haaland or Watkins captain. No Salah in my team. Watkins. Maddison and Neto to Diaby and Matoma. Hold Son and drop him to Saka in game week 12. Nah, I don't think that's worth it. Palmer or Mbomo. Have I not just done that one? More requests for the updates on you, doggy, so I'll put it back on again. This seems to be the most popular one. I mean, I would put it somewhere prominent. Do you think I probably need to update this little... Maybe I'll put it... Maybe I'll replace live tally with... It's such a long quote, though. Maybe I'll put it at the top. Maybe if I get rid of that, I could put it up there, look. Sorry, I feel like this admin is not going well for me. I don't quite know how to how to lay it out. I'm editing on stream, which is never good. Maybe I move the live tally over there and I put the doggy quote in the breaking news box. That's good. It's going to take me a little bit of time. Can I move that? Whoa. This is where it all goes wrong. I am still here, but, you know, doing edits is not my strong point. I just need to find the right bit so that I don't lose it all. Right, I think this is going to work. So I just need to get the doggy quote in. Because we've not got any updates today, but obviously if we get anything on stream, then I can update it again. It's one of these where my text box isn't the right size. This is a nightmare. It's not going well, guys. Oh. Right, I think I've got the quote. I need to get it to fit in the box now, which it doesn't at the moment, but we're not far off. That's the one that everyone keeps asking now, so I feel like it'd be better if I can just have it in this box. Right, I think I've done it. If you bear with me, sorry, I know that's not been the most riveting section of the stream. There we go. Oh gosh, I'm a bit big now. That's the next problem. Need to make myself smaller. There we go. Will that look okay? Yeah, we'll go with that. Right, so we've got that on screen. I've not missed anything important, hopefully. We've got the funds raised so far up to date. I'm going to pop over to the tweet deck and make sure that nothing's happened on there in the 5 minutes that I've been playing about with that. Ramsdale in Arsenal training today. What's that meant to mean? Oh, David Raya also in training. Saka in training today for Arsenal. That's good to see. He looks happy. I'll give that one a retweet. We've not had any leaks yet, but I should imagine we'll get a leak from Spurs because we normally do anyway, with it being the only kickoff tonight. But yeah, it's pretty quiet at the moment still. We've got just over 2 hours to the deadline. Shall I put another captain poll live? See how we're all feeling? Now we're getting a bit closer. Does everyone think this looks okay as well? I know it probably looks a bit more basic than I would like, but we've kind of improvised as we've gone through. Looks good. Edward, there's no time limit on how long I can talk about FPL. I've made it into a career. I back myself more than my computer. Put it that way. And my phone battery for the camera. VJ says, does anyone else have dreams about FPL? Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I have like predictive dreams. Right, I think I could possibly be back, guys, although I'm not exactly sure. So let me know in the chat if you can see me and if you can hear me. I feel like it's loading. I think it's working. So we're back. For some reason, my computer decided to completely crash. Now the camera's all weird. I did get the glasses on though, so we have gained something from the 10-minute outage. We are only 2 hours to go now, so a third of the way to go to the deadline. We've lost all the viewers. Well, not quite. There was 50 of you still here, so thank you for bearing with me. I'm hoping that it doesn't happen again, because if it does, I don't quite know what I'm going to do about it, because I'm going to have to load everything up again. I think if it crashes again, I'll come back again. But if it crashes another time after that, then I'll have to knock it on the head, which I don't want to do. But, you know, it's obviously we're reaching the limit of the capacity. But we are back, which is the main thing. I am just going to replace the pinned message again with how to support the stream. So you can support the charity stream by hitting the like and subscribe buttons, additional donations through super chat and super thanks. Sorry, I feel like now I'm back, I've got loads of admin to do as well, which isn't ideal. At least it's the computer that's failed first and not me. I am going to have to be careful just about how many times I'm updating all the details. Hopefully, we've got the chat still, which is something. We don't have the tweet deck open, so I'm just going to have to sort that as well. Best laid plans and all that. Right, where's the right tab? There we go. Okay. Right, that should have everything back up and running again. So the tweet deck's still open. I still need to remember to make my transfers as well. We've had another donation through from CMD. Great work for a great cause, Holly. Udoji to Gabrielle for a hit. Don't think I'd do it for a hit. Who's your first sub, though? To be fair, if it was a free transfer, I'd say do it, because I think Gabrielle's a much better option longer term, because he's got the fixtures, whereas Udoji doesn't. But, you know, it's not an easy move to make for a hit. Right. One thing that we do need to do, and I'm going to need you to help me with this now, is on Twitter. I'm going to just have to give a plug that I'm back in the game, which I'm sure you guys can help me with. I'm going to edit this one. So when I've just updated this tweet and pinned it, if you could then go and retweet this, then it will just help get more people there, particularly because we lost everyone. We're back up to 132. So that's not the worst. So if you can go and do that, that would be great. And then, as I mentioned, I am a bit nervous about having too many tabs open now after the crash, but I have got WhatsApp open if I get any leaks on there. And we have got the tweet deck open as well. We've hopefully not missed loads of leaks in the meantime. To be fair, it wasn't at a bad point to happen, because we're not too engrossed in all the deadline stuff just yet. Hopefully getting things back on track now. We was on about FPL dreams, weren't we? And I said that sometimes I have predictive dreams that something's going to happen and then I make a transfer because of it. I don't know if I have so much FPL nightmares. I don't think I've had a nightmare about missing the deadline or anything like that before. Yeah, I think we're still on top of everything. So apologies for the outage. We just need to cross our fingers now that it doesn't happen again. VJ says, phone's not letting me send today. Can I send in a future stream? Yeah, that's fine. Or you can do a donation separately if you want. Save me the admin. But yeah, even just by watching and liking and subscribing, you're supporting the stream in your way. 500, I think we're up to £536.27. I am a little bit scared about updating it again because that's where we ran into problems last time. We'll give it a try. We'll give it a whirl. I think it's nice to have it on there with everyone contributing. So I am going to focus a bit more now on answering your FPL questions to the deadline. And I need to make my transfers at some point as well too. We'll get there with it. Let's close that for now. Michael says, is it worth bringing in Matoma for and Bomo for a -4? No, I think I'll probably just do it for free next week. Also, Simicast for the extra 0.2 or Gabriel. I think if you can afford Gabriel, that's what I would do. I just haven't done it personally because I couldn't get there, if you know what I mean. If I could afford it, I'd have done it. But yeah, it's just being able to afford it was the challenge. Parameter says, since the price has risen in Saka, Bruno to Saka, not enough money. Now I'm selling Morris to 4.3 and Bruno to Saka for a -4. Does it worth? I think if Bruno was on your bench anyway and it's putting your squad in like a better formation going forward, so I don't think it's a bad thing. But I don't think there's a lot in it at the moment. Yusuf said Gordon or Douglas Luiz. Gordon, because I think he's got far more upside. Feremi, Richarlison Parra out for Martinelli Lascelles for free. Or bring Neto Gabriel. Yeah, I think Lascelles is too much of a short-term option. Maddison to Saka, I think is okay. Feels like a luxury move and maybe not even one that would pay off in the short term though. I definitely should have filled up the water bottle while the PC died. Never mind. I've just seen as well that the chat has gone like big and now you can't see the breaking news. So I just need to like make it a bit smaller. Another donation in from Andre. Thank you, Andre. That's taken us up to £551.41. Amazing. Few more questions coming in now as well, so do keep them coming. I will get round to them. Matthew has said -8 to get Salah, Burn and a 4.3 million striker. Would be moving from Son, Cher and Alvarez. I don't think I would go from Son to Salah. I think it's you need to find another way. FPL guy, you still can't say his name. Udogi, Botman, Cash and Anderson. A -8 hit is the only way to bring Saka. Not worth it now. Douglas Luiz or Matoma? I would go with Matoma. Rocky, start Gusto or Udogi? Gusto. Is the Brighton team list out yet? I think we've had the updates. No further changes regarding injuries. Stupid and Lamptey back soon. I think VJ, are you the only mod still in? Because you're doing a sterling job. Thank you. Can't remember if I've seen someone else. Oh, Killer Rat's still here as well. Keep the questions coming then, guys. The stream's a little bit quieter now, so hopefully I can get a few more questions answered before the deadline. Keeping an eye on the tweet deck, it all looks quiet at the moment. We're waiting for Spurs leaks because obviously they're the early early game. Not had any kind of information through yet. In terms of my transfers, haven't made them yet. I might just do them, you know. Should I just do them? I'd kind of like some information from Spurs before making the move, just in case there was any surprises. But yeah, I'm looking at Watkins in for Alvarez. And to fund that, I'm going from Udogie to Tsimikas. Exact funds. I don't quite know how I'm going to get to Saka. I could do Maddison to Saka in a few weeks if I sold Botman and there was some price drops. Don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I guess I could go like Diaby to Gordon, something like that. There's a high chance I won't be able to afford it when the time comes, but I could make 3 moves would get me to Saka. Probably be Gordon and Bomo I lose first though. Twisted Sparky said maybe this stream is an FPL dream. I think we're far enough in now that it does feel that way. FPL guy, because I got Mbomo, Diaby and no Trippier, Saka and Watkins. Yeah, I think I'd go for Watkins sooner. Alex says, you think Martinelli instead of Saka to afford Watkins is fine? Yeah, probably. I think Watkins is the bigger priority right now. What I want to know with the mods, VJ, TMS, Akshat, do you speak to each other outside of these streams? That's what I want to know. I want the inside scoop from the mods. Akshat says, do you think Louis' ownership has increased just because he took the pens? I think he's kind of been a sort of player that's been in the mix. I mean, he was 4.5 million last season, I think. I know, he was 5. Last season, 6 goals, 7 assists. I don't believe that he was on penalties for those either. So he's certainly capable. Nice price as well. He wouldn't be in my top 3 Villa players at the moment. That's kind of what I would say on that one. I still think he's a good option though. I'm a little bit worried that my PC's making quite a lot of noise still. We'll keep going for now. Cross your fingers for me though. Also, I'm worried that my, because I'm using my phone as my camera, I'm slightly concerned it's going to run out of battery. And I've already used the entire charge on my battery pack. I've only got the 1 battery pack. I could somehow... could potentially plug my phone in to charge. That might be what I need to do. I might actually do that now before anything else goes wrong. But I am still here. What I'll do, I will turn off the camera while I do it. But I am still here, so don't think that I've gone. I will continue to talk to you guys while I do it, but I just feel like I need to do it else. Because this is half of the problem when I came back on to try and sort it. I couldn't get the webcam working. But I think my charger should reach. But while I'm doing this, I will keep answering your questions. I don't know if it'll pick it up as well, because I'm moving around a little bit. But I can still see them. Vicky says, you're doing a great job. Cash and Lascelles or Burn and Gay for a stronger bench? I think Burn and Gay is more of a sensible option of the two. Oh, I don't know if my cable's long enough now. Oh, it's like, it's so close. But I don't think it's going to be far enough without knocking it over. I might need to find a longer cable. Let me just think about this. I have got a longer cable somewhere. Just thinking it through. I need to find a better charging option. Is what I need to do, but I'm not quite sure how to do it. I think somewhere I should have an iPhone charging cable that's longer than this one, because I think the one I've got is like 1 metre, and I definitely need it to be like 1.5 metres. I don't quite know how I'm going to do it. I'm just looking at all my various chargers now, trying to figure out a way. I'm just trying to think as well, where in the house I'm going to find a longer iPhone charging cable. It's absolutely chucking it down outside as well. Awad says he hasn't turned on his PC in over 6 months. He's living the dream. I've got quite a few cables, but none. Oh, this looks like an iPhone cable. I don't know if it works though. Will that work? If I had an extension lead, that would also work, but I think this is still just 1 metre. Isn't that helpful? I'm just not close enough to the plug. I could move everything up. I've got an extension lead. Hang on. Let me think about this. I think I might have a solution. I think I've got an idea. I'm just going to turn the camera off again, but I am still here. I think my extension lead. Oh, it's not going to reach, but I can move it. I've got a plan, guys. In like a minute, sorting it out. It's better than losing camera. I think it's just stuck somehow. This is not the most glamorous of. I was hoping we'd get through without any technical problems, but it seems like it's just catching up with me at the moment. Look, I've got my cable stuck on a corner. I have to pull that out to do it. We're getting there. I've got an extension lead. I'm very close to getting sorted, but if I've got no camera for the end of the stream, that's not going to be particularly great, so it's best we get it sorted now before it's too late. I'm hoping if my phone's constantly plugged in, that we can't go too far on, but I'm going to. I know this isn't great viewing, guys. We will get back to the serious stuff. Right, hopefully my phone's charging. Yes. Right. Disaster averted. We're back. We might be a bit lopsided, but the camera's plugged in. Everyone's still here. Thank you for staying patient with me. VJ said, Holly, FPL hostess with the mostess. That's why I've been messing about with that then. I probably ought to check that we've not missed any important leaks. I doubt there's been a lot, but we'll have a look. And keep dropping your questions in as well. Have we got to 500 likes yet? We're 9 off. 9 off 500 likes. That just gets the stream out to more people. I am still going. Let's have a look what's happening on the tweet deck then. Manchester United have led for only 98 minutes in the Premier League this season. That is a mad stat. Don't think there's anything else coming through there though. Just trying to get a feel of if we're going to get any leaks or anything. FPL Juice said they'll be dropping in soon with their streamception. So that'd be interesting to see how they're getting on with their live stream. Finally got the Forest stuff coming through. Right, I feel a bit more relaxed now. We've got the tech issues over. So hopefully there'll be no more interruptions from here on in. Yeah, Akshat in the chat is going on about my Discord. I think if you click my link tree, which is in the description, you'll then get my Discord as well, hopefully. Good place to chat with me and other FPL managers. Vijay says, the chat has been really excellent today and a great, easy stream to moderate. Long may it continue. That's what I'd say. That's all been going on. I feel like it's been a bit more stressful in the last hour. It was going pretty smoothly to start with, and now it's a bit more chaotic, let's say. But we're getting there. I mean, I'm just pleased that there's people still here watching. There's 136 of you in. I'll take that. Absolutely take that, that's for sure. Hopefully no more interruptions. Just team leaks from here is all I'd say. I'll put my team back on screen then and focus on a few more of your questions. KM says, do you think Diaby will do something against Luton? Yeah, I think so. I think he's been pretty consistent, Diaby, hasn't he? 2 goals, 4 assists. The majority, yeah, I guess the 2 blanks in a row hasn't helped, but, you know, hopefully his underlying numbers have been pretty good in the last couple of weeks. I know he's only got 2 assists in the last 4, which is a concern. Can't even get the right tab now, which isn't going to help me loading speeds. Yeah, I do try and stay reasonably active on the Discord. Sometimes it can be a bit more difficult to keep up. That's not going to load for me, is it? I'm pretty sure Diaby's underlying numbers have been pretty good in terms of his, you know, chances created and stuff like that. Ahmed said, playing Call of Duty was bad for his PC. Nathaniel says, anyone else captaining Watkins over Saka? I think they're the standout picks. I think if you go with either of them, you're not going to go too far wrong. But, you know, getting the right one could be the difference this week. The PC's chugging again. Cross your fingers. Yeah, I said Burn and Gay, Vicky. Matthew said bench one, Cashew, Doji, Cher or Kufal. You Doji. You doggy, sorry. Light Ray says, great work, Holly. Getting to see the behind the scenes dilemmas that go on. Yeah, and it's normally pretty smooth. I think it's just the fact that we're 4.5 hours in. There was always going to be a technical hiccup at some point. I'm glad it's the tech and not me. Tamor Cerise captaining Watkins as well. I think it's entirely justified. Don't worry, Killerat. I don't know if I've even answered your question. I think Newcastle got better clean sheet potential, so I'd say Porro. Aaron says, is it worth playing the bench boost with Maddison, Areola, Tsimikas and Taylor? Potentially. If your gut is to go for it, then good luck. That's what I would say. Ahmed said Golden Goal Fantasy Football shouted us out when you crashed and went to the stream. Oh, brilliant. Thanks, guys. Hassan said Saka captain. I don't hate it. The thing that worries me is his fitness. Is he going to play 90? I mean, it probably doesn't matter whether the fixture is plumb as that, but it's just something to bear in mind. Swamphill, Matoma, He-Chan, Alvarez to Watkins for a -4. No, I don't think that's the route. Is Trent a good option with the Liverpool fixtures, asked Ben? I think Tsimikas is an absolute gift. It makes it really difficult to justify Trent, especially when Tsimikas has got a bit of set-piece involvement as well. It makes it really difficult to spend the extra on Trent. KM says, what have you made of Alvarez's start to the season? I kind of expected him to start strongly, particularly when the De Bruyne thing happened. Still bizarre that Pep played him in that game. But yeah, the consistency is really interesting. It will be sad to see him go from my team to get Watkins. Probably got to make my moves at some point. We've got a bit longer, haven't we? Vishnu, on a wild card, is it all right to go with no Spurs? Instead, I have Trippier and a midfielder Saka, Salah, Palmer, Diaby and Bowen. Should I facilitate Matoma in? I think you need one of Salah. Sorry, one of Son or Maddison, really. I think that's the way you've got to play it. Michael says, who is the best goalkeeper no matter what budget? I mean, I don't like spending money on goalkeepers. I'm okay with Flecken and Areola. I just feel like when there's so much demands on our funds elsewhere, Areola and Turner's an easy combo. Can you hear the rain outside, guys? It's absolutely lashing it down. Let's jump over to the tweet deck then, see what's going on, see if we've got any leaks or any information. Pretty steady at the moment. Obviously, we've got the game tonight is going to be Spurs and Palace, sorry. So that's the one that we're waiting for the big leaks for, particularly for you, Doggy. But you can see the news on screen relating to him. This is what Postecoglou said yesterday. We're going to look at and assess. It's a short turnaround, so we'll see how he does and make a decision on the day. We've not got any more information than that at the moment. Hopefully we should find something out soon. 90 minutes to go. We're getting there. Solanke captaincy. That would be wild, Egger. Is that a sensible... Is that like a real suggestion? Bournemouth have scored the fewest amount of goals this season. Harry, what do you think of this? Pope, Trippier, Tsimikas, Cash, Saka, Salah, Son, Diaby, Luiz, Watkins, Alvarez. Don't hate it. Obviously no Haaland. I think if you swapped Alvarez for Haaland and took Trippier down to a cheaper option, lose Diaz for like a Gordon, that would be stronger. I don't know if the funds quite work out there though. FPL guy back again. I think I'll get a Saka for a -8 hit to take out Udogie and Botman. I think if you're taking out poor players that you don't want long term, well, not poor, injured players, sorry, I think it could kind of work out. Potentially. Aberol says you doggy to Simicast and Botman to Gabriel. Don't have a Newcastle cover. I don't think you need Newcastle cover. Those moves look okay. HMQ Legend, bench one of Porro, Cash, Gabriel, Trippier. Porro. Egger says, what score do you expect in the Spurs game? Probably a 2-1 to Spurs. Vijay, nice up here in York. It'll be coming this way. Yeah, it's stopped now, to be fair, the rain. KM, do you think we'll need to ditch Spurs defenders in the near future despite the attacking threat? Yeah. FPL guy, 3 injured defenders. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. Burke, Botman and Udogie. I think I'm happy with what I'm doing now. Shall I make my moves? Udogie news is we've only got what we've got and it's on screen. Can't really see me deviating from these moves now. So shall I just lock it in? I'm slightly concerned that I could just miss the deadline. But if we got a leak late, I think even if Udogie was starting, I'd still be happy to sell him and get Watkins because I think Simicast is a better option. I'm doing it. That looks better. I've got a sub. I've not got any. If either of Burns, Simicast or Cash doesn't play, then I'm a bit screwed. But I think that's the team then. Areola in goal, Burns, Simicast, Cash in the defence, and Bomo, Salah captain, Son vice, Diaby, Maddison midfield, with Watkins and Haaland up front. To be fair, I'm going to vice captain Watkins. Locked in with 90 minutes to go. Will I regret it? I feel like... Sorry, I just needed to move the mic there. I feel like normally I'd wait, but because I'm 4.5 hours into a 6-hour stream, it's just best to get it done. I don't feel like you can see this very well. Do I need to... If I zoom out, is that going to be better? It just looks a bit weird on my screen. Is that better? But then if I go over to the tweet deck, that's probably going to look awful. It doesn't look too bad at the moment. Whether we get any leaks or not tonight, I don't know. We'll see. It's all quite quiet at the moment. I'm feeling a bit better being locked in though. I just feel like there was too much going on. And I was... Oh, sorry, I've had a nightmare there. I've pressed the wrong button. I've put something onto a different tab and now I don't know how to get it back. Let's just shut it. There we go. I think it's nice to be locked in. I feel a bit more relaxed now. How do I get rid of this? Sorry, I've got so many tabs open. I've only got one screen. I was struggling a bit, but I need to keep the WhatsApp open in case we get any team leaks. Right, let's get back to some questions then. Sorry. My voice is starting to struggle a bit now. Akshat, so they have Son, Watkins, Salah. Not sure who to captain. My current thought is Salah captain. Yeah. In terms of captaincy for me this week, ranking the options, it's Salah, Watkins, Son, Saka, Haaland. In that order. Colsando says Watkins will be stuck with a transfer jinx. I thought Trippier managed to stop the transfer jinx the other week. Or am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong? I feel like I'm just going a bit mad by this point. Nick says this is the premium squad. Turner, Areola, Trippier, Gabriel, Simicast, Gay, Kabore, Salah, Saka, Gordon, Douglas Luiz, Haaland, Watkins, Archer. Yeah, that looks okay. I think squeezing Trippier in there is a bit too much of a compromise though. Yeah, I think I'd go Udogie or Botman to Gabriel. Probably Botman, because he's going to be back latest. Andre is captaining Watkins over Haaland, Son and Saka. Sounds all right to me. And 19 minutes. We've got an hour and 19 minutes till the deadline. Vishnu says, is Matoma a must-have with the likes of Bowen and Diaby also an option? No, he's not. If I already have Cash and Watkins, is Derby out for Matoma the way to go? Yeah, I wouldn't do it this week, but I think, yeah, certainly for me, I'm thinking I don't need Diaby now I've got Watkins. There aren't many alternatives to Watkins, Brent, certainly in our forward lines. I think it's a case of... Well, it's difficult. I think there's Alvarez. That's about it. The options aren't great. I think we've got to be real about it. Let's pop over to the tweet deck. We've got an hour and 20, as I mentioned, to the deadline. So it's all quiet at the moment. We've not got any sort of leaks or anything like that. We was expecting the Spurs news. Spurs Palace is tonight's game. But yeah. It's not a lot of news at the moment around. So I can keep going with questions. I'll put my team back on screen as well, because I'm sure that's most interesting. Remember, we are raising money for cancer research on this stream. We've got £550 in the pot already, which is amazing. If you would like to support through donating, then hit that super chat, super thanks box. Rupam, the Udogie up latest is on screen. Hisham, hi Holly, start Kufal or Burn? Yeah, Burn. Just don't worry. Don't make life difficult. Abiril, I don't have Watkins for this game week. Thinking of moving from Diaby to Palmer to fund him. I think if it's for free, it's fine. But if not, don't worry. Carlos says, I just joined. Isn't the deadline at 6:30? Yes, it is. Rupam, will you doggy start? We do not know at the moment. I'd say it's 50-50. Hopefully we get some news though. Matthew, what do you think about share to Simicast? Not a lot really. I think I'd probably... If you've got 2 free transfers, no other issues, then that's fine. But I don't think it's necessarily needed. Random guy. Should I start Alvarez or Matoma and Burn or Simicast? Matoma and Simicast. Andrew struggling with whether to bench Darwin or Matoma. Darwin for me. Just think he's less guaranteed to start. Udogie is a 50-50. No deadline team news yet. When it comes, we're on it. Don't worry, but it's not here yet. Linford is in. Good evening, Holly. Joining a bit late. A bit late. We've been here nearly 5 hours. Came from my work sports day. Very good. Better late than never. I don't have Saka because you can't have them all. Ahmed, Holly, which team do you support? Can you not see on screen? There you go, look. I'm sure I've answered that question like 3 times already today. Sorry if you thought I was ignoring you. Tejas, is taking a -8 for any good for players who have good long-term fixtures? Salah is the only person I'd take a -8 for this week. Vijay says, I think Udogie will start, but it won't be risked for the full game. Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing you need to ask yourself. Even if we get confirmation that Udogie starts, there's no guarantees that he'll play 60. And I don't think we want to be invested in Spurs defence long term. So I think it's fine to sell this week. Yeah, just all quiet on the leaks front still at the moment, but you know, I'm ready for it. If it comes, if they're gonna come, then I'm on it. I'm pleased I got my phone plugged in, else might have been struggling in terms of charge. Shannon, start 2 out of Gabriel, Alvarez and Trippier. Probably Gabriel and Trippier. It's a difficult one, that one. Morris is wondering whether to switch Maddison to Martinelli. No, I don't think that's necessary. I don't think you should be selling Spurs players for Arsenal players unless you can go to Maddison to Saka without a hit. I don't think it's worth it in any other case. And I've actually swerved Maddison to Saka this week and prioritised getting Watkins instead because I think he's the better pick of the two. In the short term, anyway. Mohammed, should I start Colwell or Udogie? Colwell. Vishnu, I've had Trippier for all 5 of his amazing returns and have so much team value invested in him. Feel reluctant to sell him in the wild card. What do you say? Well, if you have Trippier, you're probably going to have to forego 1 or 2 good attackers. But I think if you've got Haaland, Watkins, Salah, Son, probably going to have to go without Saka. I think that's okay. It's hard without seeing the full team, though. Simon, wouldn't be surprised if Forest score against Liverpool. Yeah, I agree. Why early transfers? Because we're nearly 5 hours into a 6-hour live stream and I didn't want to A, forget, or B, get my judgment clouded as I get weary from 5 hours of talking. Simon, I'd love to know what a lot late is. I was wondering the same. Linford, what's the explanation for what would a lot late be? Potato Gaming, Simicast captain? Absolutely not. There's so many good options on the table that you don't need to be, going wild. I wrote an article actually this week in The Athletic about kind of what to look for in a captain and then the options for this week. The best attackers from the best teams are the ones to go for. So I think I mentioned about, if you look at the Premier League table right now, picking a captain from those top 5 clubs is the way to go. So Watkins from Villa, Salah from Liverpool, Saka from Arsenal, Haaland from City, Son from Spurs. That's your pools of captaincy for any week. Then you get to look into the fixtures and all that. But yeah, I wouldn't... Captaining the defender's just asking for trouble, in my opinion. Nelson says Raya or Gabriel. I think Gabriel. I think Raya, he's not absolutely nailed long term, is he? Which won't help his case. We've hit 500 likes on the stream, which is amazing. And we've currently raised £551.41 for cancer research, which is incredible. So thank you so much. Make sure that you are liking and subscribing. And if an ad pops up, if you watch it, then that will create more revenue for the stream, which will obviously increase the amount we can give on top of the chat revenue for cancer research. What was I doing? I wanted to pop over to the tweet deck and see whether we've got any leaks. It's actually really quiet at the moment, like even more quiet than I was expecting it to be. But because we've got this Friday night game, it's unlikely that we're going to get leaks from outside of this fixture. But that we should get leaks from Spurs, which is going to be the main thing to focus on. Just got to stay patient because they will come. Just trying to keep an eye on everything that's going on because I've got a few tabs open. I've got WhatsApp open. I've got Discord open because I sometimes get leaks on there. So just trying to stay on top of absolutely everything on the stream in this one. Harry says, with no Haaland, who is the best captain? Salah, Saka, Son, Watkins. If I was ranking them in this order, I'd go Salah top, Watkins second, Son third, Saka fourth. Benjamin, Maddison, Udogie and Neto for Saka, Simicast and Palmer for a -4. Need to go Neto to Palmer for funds. I think that could just pay off, but I'd not... I think you could find yourself stuck in a few weeks if you go for Palmer. Super in from KM says, this is for the 5 hours, Holly. We're not quite there on the 5 hours, but I do appreciate it anyway. We're getting closer to the 5 hour mark. 5 hours out of 6. But I don't want to celebrate too early because I feel like the last 20 minutes has felt longer than most of the rest of it. But it's all for a good cause, and I really do appreciate the donations. Keep them coming by using the super chat and a super thanks if you can afford to donate, guys. Morris is watching from Kenya. Thank you for joining. Lucid Jays start Neto against Newcastle. Yeah, it's a tricky one. What are your other options? Benjamin, can we stop spamming the chat, please? Gina says, do you think DRB is a good pick? When I'm watching play, he isn't very attacking. Yeah, and I've still not quite got the measure of him, but I was happy to go with him for the form and the fixtures. But I think we're getting to the point where it might be good to pivot away. Chris says, just wondering, do we need to put the chats on the screen? As when watching on mobile, which I mostly do, it makes a team screen too small to see what you got. Yeah, I think the reason I've got it like this is so that you can see the breaking news as well. I can do it like that. Does that make it bigger? I think I zoomed out though, didn't I? So that's the team bigger. But if that's clearer on that screen, it does just help to have it all on there for reference. I could potentially look at moving it about for next week. But I can't tinker with it too much today in case I kill the PC. But if anyone else has got any comments on that, do let me know in the chat, because I kind of want this to work as well as it can for you guys. Jasper says Pope or Areola for clean sheet. Pope. And Watkins or Salah captain? Watkins. Sorry, Salah. Said one thing, meant the other. I do apologise. It's probably the 5 hours in. Let's Talk Vinyl says, keep popping in, your live tally is growing nicely. Well done, great stream, thank you. Vishnu's wildcard, Areola Turner, Trippier, Gabriel, Simicast, Gay Cash, Salabo and Saka and Palmer, Diarmi, Watkins. Yeah, that looks okay. Ahmed has got to 3:22 a.m. before leaving us. Sterling effort. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Holly. Good night, chat. Much love. I'm interested to know who has been here for the almost 5 hours that we're through so far. Give me a wave in the chat if you have. Vishnu says, whether I go Matoma and if it's time to let go of Trippier to buy back the Spurs boys. I think if you could turn Bowen into a Son or a Maddison, that would be best. If you need to sell Trippier for that, then that's fine. Especially if it gets you from... I'm sure selling Trippier could allow you to basically go from Palmer to Son, would it? Maybe not all the way now. It's Kevin. Should I bench you Doji for Lascelles? Yeah, I would do. Potato. Should I start you Doji, you Doggy or Mbomo? I think I'd start Mbomo. He's on pens, isn't he? Getting cold again now. I have to put my jumper back on. So obviously it's getting dark. So my green screen could be all over the place, because when I initially set it up at midday, it was a lot brighter than it is now. And it could mean that you maybe can't see me as clearly as you could before. More, really should get Superdry to sponsor me, shouldn't I? That's better. Getting a bit cold. Obviously not keeping the pace up well enough, am I? Tebow, who to start? Kufal, Burn, or Udogie? Burn. Think out of those ones. Zach says Trippier, Simicas, Alvarez, Jackson, Gabriel, Cash. Play 4. I need to play 3 defenders. Well, I played Trippier, Simicas, and Cash out of those. No, maybe Trippier, Gabriel, and Cash, actually. Would you do World Prowse to a Jingra and Maddison to Saka no hit? No, probably not. Anwal says Trippier to Gabriel or Maddison to Matoma to fund Alvarez to Watkins. Trippier to Gabriel. Any news on you, Doggy? Well, all we've got at the moment is what's on screen. I have got loads of other bits and bobs open, so if we get any leaks... there might be something. Brennan Johnson comes in for Richarlison. Basuma straight back in the 11 replacing Højbjerg. That's from Alex THFC. Let me see if I can see this. So I've seen a leak somewhere, but it's not an account that I'm familiar with. So I'm just... I don't know how firm this news is, but this is what we've got at the minute. Brennan Johnson comes in for Richarlison. Basuma comes straight back into the starting 11, replacing Højbjerg. But it's not an account I've come across before. Got quite a big following, to be fair. I'm not going to put it on the breaking news until... Oh, it's X, Alex. Until I'm happy that it's news that I think is right. What do we think to that news? Has anyone come across that account before? It's followed by quite a few FPL accounts. Which makes me think it could be okay. But I've not seen like loads of people be like, oh yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like I need to update the graphic though. So let's do that. Let me know in the chat what you think to this as well. You can see that on screen at the moment, can't you? I know there's an advert right in the middle of it, which doesn't help, but... That's a potential leak then. Let me just check what we're up to, because I might as well update the £552.02 is the latest number. And then we've got the Udogie news. Which we haven't got any update on. Johnson in... I'm just not quite sure how true this news is. So it looks like, to start, we've got Johnson and Richarlison. Sorry, Johnson and Basuma. And then on the bench, potentially, we've got Højbjerg and Richarlison. I feel like I know someone that owns Richarlison. I can't remember who. I'm going to put a question mark. Because I'm not absolutely sure that this news is legit. But I feel like I need to pass on the information we've got so that you can kind of make your own decisions on it. If we get anything like better, then obviously I can update that accordingly. If anyone's got any info on that account, whether they think that news is legit or not, then let me know. I can't see anyone elsewhere talking about it, which makes me a little bit concerned that it's not firm news. So that's why it's got a question mark next to it, that Johnson and Basuma start with Richarlison and Højbjerg benched. I can't see any any group chats reporting that news. So let me know if you've seen elsewhere people kind of chatting like that's confirmed news. But I'll put it out there, and then, you know, you can make your own decisions on it. If there's anyone in the chat that it kind of particularly affects their decision making, then let me know and we can kind of go through and discuss it. I'll put my team up though in the meantime, so you can see where I'm at this week. I can't see anyone in the chat making any comments on that news. Nelson's going Watkins captain. I think that's fine. Absolutely fine. Mohammed says, should I start Palmer? Yeah, I think Brentford do struggle on the road, so I think it's a good fixture for Palmer. I think it kind of may run out, Palmer, in a few weeks, but for now it looks okay. Hatchford said, I think Neto from Wolves could ruin the clean sheet points for the Newcastle defence. Yeah, probably. I've not got much choice though in my team. Linford says, who are we giving the armband to? It's Salah or Watkins. It's got to be. Piggy, you've got a paper in your list. Bowen, Paper, Gay. Who's Paper? Holiday account says FPL Vimosta says Johnson, Son and Kulusevski starts. Thanks for that one. Again, it's kind of not coming up on my tweet deck yet, which makes me think it could be one that isn't necessarily news that we know about. So was it FPL Vimosta? Some of these. I can't even see that. I can't even see what that is. No, don't fancy a Watkins punt. I feel like going against Haaland is a punt enough. Carl Zhang says, who is most nailed? Diaz, Darwin, Gakpo? They aren't. Quite simply. I don't mind Darwin, though. David said, if Cash and DR be blank again this week, would you get a shot of them? Probably DRB quicker than Cash. Gilbert has asked, what's my rank? 568k at the moment. Been around there for a while, sort of up and down, up and down. Had a great week last week, 95 points, so hoping to push on. Thibaut says, would you start João Pedro or Alvarez? Probably Alvarez. I don't know where the leaks are coming from today. We've had one, which you can see on screen, but I'm just not sold on it. I don't know how true it is at the moment. That's why the question marks are there. So I'm starting to look a bit blurry as well, aren't I? Sorry. Yeah, I don't know how legit the leaks are for Emmy at the moment. I'll keep you posted though. I'm saying because no one else is talking about it on Twitter leads me to believe maybe not. Surely if you're leaking Spurs team news today, you'd be leaking about you doggy. I wouldn't make a transfer now because of it. Put it that way. Linford says, need a replacement for Rashford or any options? Son, Saka, Maddison, Bowen, any of those? F Monster says Romero out for Gay. I think Cash, Gabriel, Simicast are like the key target defenders at the moment. I don't think there's that like great options elsewhere. Well, I'm not sold on them anyway. Chloe says, I've only done you doggy to Simicast in the end. 2 transfers next week. Yeah, I think I'll be jealous of those. David says, are you going straight to sleep after the stream? I need to eat after the stream, I'm thinking. And then put the kids to bed. Then maybe a gin. That's my loose plan, I'd say. To be fair, now you've mentioned sleep, I've started yawning. Need to liven myself up a bit. I'll have a drink of water. Hopefully that'll help. Don't keep Rashford for the derby, Linford, no. Mohammed said, should I triple captain Salah v Forest? No, I don't think I'd do that either. Ben said, Son captain. Yeah, don't mind it. Faddy, Maddison and Neto to Dringa and Saka. No, I don't think I'd do that. Matthew says, do we see Doggy getting beyond 60 if he does start? No. Quite simply, no. Which is why it makes things difficult. Still not got any news through, you know. Any further news. I can't see anyone discussing the Spurs leak that I've posted. So the likelihood of that being true is slim, if I'm honest. At this stage. In fact, I might just take it down because I'm just not convinced on it at the minute. Your doggy has travelled. There's a picture of him getting off the team bus from FPL Gundo. I think a picture of him getting off the bus is something. So I'll update that as well. There we go. Take that. Doesn't help us though. To be fair, I think even if he starts, it doesn't really help us because we don't know whether Sorry, I've lost everything now, haven't I? We don't know whether he is going to play minutes. That's the problem. He needs to get to 60 to be useful to us in FPL, doesn't he? There is another advert coming up in the next 30 seconds or so. So when you get to it, if you watch it all the way through, that will just help put more money in the pot for cancer research. So it's a really easy way of getting involved with supporting without even having to donate. So if you can't afford to donate but would want to, feel like you'd like to, then just watch all of the next ad for me. And that'll be just as good as a donation, guys. We've also got plenty more questions coming in, which is great to see. Vijay says, can we all share the marathon charity stream? I think what I haven't done recently is actually retweeted the tweet. And we're still going all this time later. We're still going strong. Well, I wouldn't say strong, but we're still here. I don't know whether I'll do it again. Probably next year. But yeah, we'll see. Few people have got so far, but the tiredness is catching up with them that are dipping out. Don't blame me, guys, but thank you kind of for joining for what you have done. Vijay says, would you consider an Arsenal double up in defence? Potentially. It's just like White's expensive. That's the problem. Saliba's not very exciting. 45 minutes to the deadline. We know that Udogie's travelled. But we don't know a lot else. I'd be surprised. I still think I'd be surprised if he starts. I'll put my team back on screen for a minute. Litjiva says, should I sell Fernandes and Odegaard for Salah and Adingra for a -8? Yeah, I think I would get that done. Souček for a -4. Not loving it. Dan says Udogie for Tsimikas or Matoma for Mbomo. Probably Tsimikas. Nothing to say that Raya wouldn't start this week. I think Emma Jumped the Wave has got a lot of the predictions. I'm pretty sure Raya was 92% Raya, 8% Ramsdale. There's always a chance, isn't there? But certainly for this week, it's not a high one. Watkins captain is absolutely fine. HMQ Legend said bench Trippier or Gabriel. Oh, Trippier's just got the higher ceiling. I wouldn't bench either, to be fair. They're looking like two of the top defenders for this week. Linford said Lyle Forster, third striker. Yeah, certainly this week when Neto's out for Bournemouth. Long term, I don't think 3 strikers is that viable, though. Lewis says start Adingra against Fulham or Wilson v Wolves. Wilson. Gotta be Wilson. He's on pens. David says over £550 is amazing. Well done. Thank you. Hopefully there'll be a bit of extra ad revenue as well, which YouTube will pass on in a couple of days. I wasn't expecting to get anywhere close to that. So, you know, it's amazing. So thank you everyone that has contributed. How is the stream doing at the moment? Are you still seeing me loud and clear? We've got... I feel like the minutes are passing a bit slower. We've got 43 minutes until the deadline. I would never normally say that, but 5 hours and 17 minutes in, I think it's legit to call every minute a countdown. At this point, any super chats or super thanks or donations will be brilliant. Ortep says, if I don't have enough to Bowen, what do you think I need to do? I think you're going to have to just leave it if you can't afford it. We don't know whether Udogie starts. I've got the tweet deck open for leaks. This is my team for this week, though. I've not got Saka. You can't have them all. Or not if you're not on a wild card, anyway. Phoenix says Bowen and Palmer v Diaby and Gordon. I think I'd say Diaby and Gordon, or possibly Matoma and Gordon. Proper Saka and Matoma for Diaby and Maddison. Just about, if it's for free. HMQ. I'm pretty sure you've asked that already. Try not to spam the chat. It's not that busy. So we will get to most questions. So there really is no need to spam the chat. Unless you asked it half an hour ago and you've not got a response. That the same Spurs person that was mentioning about potentially Richarlison benched. So no news on Udogie. No left back was confirmed as of yesterday, so it'll be a late fitness test. Phoenix with a donation. She said the lady asks and she receives. Thank you for that one. It's great to see it going up, the donations. I've lost my place in the chat now, which is not great. There we go. What are the chances of Udogie playing a full 19? Not very high. Herbs, thoughts on Watkins' captaincy or stick with Salah? I prefer Salah to Watkins, but he would be my second choice if that helps. Lewis says start Adingra or Wilson. Have I done that one already? I think I'd say Wilson. Try not to keep asking the same question, though. Timmy and Bomo to Gordon. Yeah, I don't mind that. If you've got 2 frees and no other issues, it does feel like more of a luxury move, though, let's say. Matoma or Diaby? I'd go Matoma. We know that Udogie's travelled. No news yet on whether he starts. Good evening. Would you do Botman to Taylor and Maddison to Saka for a -4? I looked at something similar myself. If I had to play Taylor this week, though, just depends on whether you need to play him or not. If you don't need to play him, then great. Evan said Matoma and a Dringer/Palmer or Gordon and Louise. I don't love either, if I'm honest. I do like Gordon most of all, though. So I'd probably say that combo. Dylan, what 2 out of Foster, Walker and you doggy should I play? Probably Foster and you doggy. Oh, I don't know. Walker should start. I just don't like his clean sheet potential. I am going to put a disclaimer out here that any FPL advice I give out for the final 38 minutes. When was the last countdown? Was it about 5 minutes ago? You know, you just don't know at this stage. We're a long way into this stream. Big Fat Giraffe, thank you. It's just what I need at the moment. It said, thank you, Holly, for the exceptional content and advice. You are our favourite FPL YouTuber. All the best. Thank you so much for the super there. At this stage, I know 37 minutes doesn't seem like long, but when you're this far into a live stream, it's great. I'm going to update the donations counter. We're now up to £559.62. Which is brilliant. So thank you everyone who has left a donation. Matoma or Diaby? I think I would go with Matoma at this point. I feel like the tweet deck hasn't refreshed lately. There just hasn't been anything. So I had this little rumour that Richarlison was benched, but I still haven't seen any account that I really trust giving it airtime. I don't know. Apparently, Let's Talk FPL is reporting it too. And who else was it? Bissouma. And then on the bench was Højlund. Maybe it was true. When I've had a look at Højbjerg, sorry. Can't even put the right players in now. I don't know if we're going to get anything more, you know. I do worry every time I try and update something that it's all going to disappear. I think a start for Bissouma is good, though, for Maddison. I think at this point, if my PC crashes, that'll be me. Linford said, big up to you, Holly, for doing this marathon stream. It takes real dedication to do it. Thank you. To be fair, I didn't think it would be that difficult. But at this point, it's getting more of a challenge. Robert says, I have Trippier, Burn, Porro or Cash. Who should I bench? Porro, I think, has got the worst clean sheet potential. Phoenix says, how much will De Bruyne coming in December mess up team finances? We need to see some form from him first. I think, you know, when Salah goes off to AFCON in January, could be an opening for De Bruyne then. Remember City blank in game week 18? I don't actually know when De Bruyne's, like, his return to play point is. He's missed a lot of time now. 16th of December. If he's back on the 16th of December, they're then blank in game week 18. And if you don't get him till 21, Salah's off to AFCON then anyway. So I think it'll be fine. I can see some of you locking in now. We've got 33 minutes till the deadline. And we've got news that you doggies travelled. Johnson and Basuma look set to start with Richarlison and Højbjerg on the bench. But I've not seen it widely reported at the moment. So I'm not absolutely sure how firm that news is, which is why we've got the question marks with it. Colsando says Saka at home to Sheffield United has to be captain. I've not even got him in my team. Rakesh. Salah and Palmer or Saka and Bowen? Salah and Palmer. Chrono says a price rises and falls at the same time each day. Yeah, I think it's like... Is it 1:30 a.m. or 2:30 a.m.? But when the clocks change, that's UK time. When the clocks change in the UK, then it changes. I can't quite remember. Mohammed says Salah or Saka for captaincy. Salah for me. Evan, Palmer or Adingra. I think I'd go Adingra. Venkat says, should Maddison be replaced by Saka? I think if it's for free, it may just work out. Simon's back saying, I've got 30 minutes to go. Woohoo! I feel like the enthusiasm levels are dwindling a little bit. Amwara starts Simicast or Lascelles. Yeah, probably Simicast, I think. Robert is in from Toronto. Scammers captaining Bruno Fernandes. Good luck. I mean, I'd love it for Fernandes to return. I just can't see it happening. Ivan, Maddison and new doggy for Bowen and Gabrielle. Any thoughts? Not loving it. Mad about FPL. I don't think Saka's essential until 12 onwards. Happy with Son and Maddison. Yeah, same here. Ethan, thinking of Trent and Gordon for Fernandes and Saliba. Other defenders are Trippier, Cash. Yeah, I don't think Trent's worth it at the moment. And this Simicast. Patrick looks like he's locked in. Watkins captain, good luck. Black is going captain, or asking Captain Watkins or Salah. Salah for me. Salah and Watkins are the top two, but I'd go Salah over Watkins. I'm just trying to see if I can get any more news. Whether there are any more leaks going around. Kind of everything that I've been given is there at the moment on screen. So Johnson and Basuma supposedly starting for Spurs with Richarlison and Højbjerg on the bench. Fresh legs. The other thing is that we know you doggies travelled because there's a picture of him on getting off the team bus. But no leaks as such on whether he starts. But I think even if we get news he starts, there's absolutely no guarantees that he'll get to 60 minutes. So it could just be a one-pointer. I still think you doggies not a player I want to own long term. So I think it's fine to sell. 28 minutes to go. VJ, thank you, says our interest definitely isn't dwindling. My voice is. I was going to say, when I was a teacher, I used to have to talk quite a lot, but I don't think I've ever spoken for 6 hours, and that's even with us cutting out at one point as well. I'm impressed that, touch wood, we've had no other tech issues. Yeah, still surprised that there's not more confirmation of the leaks that we've seen. I'm just trying to kind of keep on it. It's not really very clear if there is any news going round at the moment. I'm trying to keep on it, but if they're not there, they're not there. I've got everything open, so if anything does come through, then we're on it, but just nothing at the moment. So I'm going to put my team back on screen. 27 minutes to go. We're at £559.62 for cancer research, which is amazing. I still don't, it hasn't sunk in that really. You're a fabulous bunch that have definitely made it worthwhile raising a lot of funds for charity. Yasha says, you doggy or burn for Simicast? You doggy. Scammer said, is Martinelli good? Yep. Fabio, I have Anderson from Palace on my bench. Should I just keep him or sell and get Gabriel? I think Gabriel strengthens your squad. If you've got 2 free transfers, it's easier. David said, people are getting tired just by looking at you now. Thank you, mate. Oh, dear. Linford's predicting a Haaland hat-trick in the derby. I don't have him captain, so that's a bit of a worry for me. Scammer says Diaby and Alvarez or Gordon and Watkins. Gordon and Watkins, that's an easy one. Maybe I should put a rule. Easy questions only for the last 25 minutes. Blake says Sal Fernandez for Bowen, Martinelli or Diaby. Cart of Saka. Quite like Martinelli. Phoenix says Adingra, Longstaff or Palmer. Decisions. I'm guessing you can't get to Gordon. Adingra in that case. Oh, the compliments are coming in thick and fast now. Radden said, you look tired. Hope you get well soon, Holly. This is what a 6-hour live stream does for me. Matthew said, as a teacher, it's always parents' evenings that get me like that. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean there. I'm sure you're doing a great job, though, Matthew. Do I need to make a transfer or should I roll? I think you look okay. You've got most of the big names. I guess you're missing Salah. I'm not sure how you get there. Light Ray says under 30 minutes left. Amazing effort. Thank you. Have you been around all this time or have you been out and in, Light Rays? Scammer says rate my differentials. Martinelli, Gordon, Simicast and Pau. I'd rate all of them other than Pau. Simon's complaining he's exhausted. And that's just from watching. Well done for sticking it out this long. / having me on in the background. MDM says, I have Salah, Madison, Diaby. Should I get Saka for Mbomo and take a -4? Yeah, I think I would do. Scammer says, is Maguire a good option now? Well, he's cheap. That certainly helps, his price. But, yeah, beyond that, I'm not sure. Certainly not this week. If he allows you to get other players in and you can bench him, then that's okay. The Tonali ban has been confirmed, so that means he definitely can't start for Newcastle tomorrow. I think Eddie Howe certainly, his press conference comments certainly made them quicken that up, I'd say. Nothing yet on you, Doggy, then, other than the comments from yesterday. I think potentially there is truth in that question-marked rumour that Richarlison's benched. If anyone does own Richarlison. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that. And I would like to see a better leak from a more trusted source than the one we've got at the moment. But I think it has been reported on other streams as well. We're 22 minutes away from the deadline now. And we've got £559.62 in the pot for Cancer Research UK, which is amazing. So thank you to everyone who's contributed, but just by watching, liking, all of that stuff has helped as well. I know some of you have been here for the long haul as well. I probably won't be sticking around much past 6:30, so I'll say the thank yous now. Light Ray says, I've been here the whole time. 4:10 a.m. currently. 4:30 a.m. deadline. Eyes are heavy. Wow. Phenomenal effort, mate. VJ says he could personally listen to me whittering on all night. You're part of a very small gang there, VJ. Benjamin says, Maddison and you doggy to Saka and Maguire. Do you need to play Maguire this week? If not, and it's a free, then I'd probably do it. Cluedy, I've already taken one hit. Should I take a second hit to take out you doggy? I only have a stupid and as Kabore as my other options. I'd maybe move on one of the other players, but I think it's maybe worth a hit at this point. Benjamin, is Simicast essential? No. Simon, it's been amazing. You've done amazing. It's been awesome. You've done amazing. Thank you. Thumbs up if you've been here from the start. Can't even get it in screen, look. Scammer, good replacement for Pau Torres, 0.3 in the bank. Can you get to Gabriel with that? Cash, no, you won't be able to get to cash. Simicast. Yaya, 1.5 million overall rank. Watkins captain, need a rank rise, or should I play safe and captain Salah? I mean, you're not in a bad place, so I certainly don't think you need to be going against who you think is the best captain just for a rank rise. Captain them because you think they're the best option would be my advice there. But yeah, Salah and Watkins are the main two options in my eyes. Just feels good to me to have him in my team. Very quiet on Twitter, weirdly. It's as if it's not working. I'll put my team back on screen. We've got another donation in from Phoenix. Second one of the night as well, so thank you. Love from Malaysia here. Signing off with a locked-in team. Great advice and stream, Holly. Brilliant. Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate that one. Every little helps. We're now up to £562.21. Which is amazing. £150 last year. Now look. I'm definitely going to do another one of these next season. One a year is enough, but I think it's great that you can... It's better than running a marathon, put it that way, in terms of being able to raise some money for a good cause. I think my hopes of getting any more leaks are dwindling. It's very, very... Oh, here we... people still reporting this no Richarlison, so I think it's probably is true. Which we've had on for a while. I would have liked to see more sources, but hey-ho. Shamil says, I'm not going Saka. Yeah, no, me neither. Trippier to Gabriel and Bomo to Saka. Looks good. No news on you, doggy, yet. Unfortunately. Shamil says Saka next week v Newcastle. Yeah. Anonymous, would you do Neto to Palmer or Porro to Simicast? To my fun Madison to Saka. Porro to Simicast. -4 for Salah, get it done. Captain Watkins, that's fine. No leaks on you, doggy. We've just got the comments from yesterday on screen. Nothing else has come through, unfortunately. Cole Sando wants 10 minutes injury time for the computer crash. You gained 16 minutes more from me, and that is all. Light Race says, do a few audiobooks. You've got a very calming voice. Oh, thank you. Benjamin back with another question. Maddison and you doggy to Saka and Maguire, or Maddison to Saka, you doggy to Simicast, and Neto to Palmer. Probably the first one. Salah for a -4. It's fine, Sud, but stop spamming the chat. Scam, I've already got Gabriel but can get Burn. Is that good? Probably not my first choice. Prefer Simicast. Vijay says this has been a great charity stream. Anonymous, would you do Neto to Palmer? I've already done that one as well, I think. I'm not that tired. Burn or Pow? Burn. No leaks on you, doggy. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Unfortunately. But I think the key is that even if he starts, I'm not convinced he'd get 60. So I probably wouldn't start him in my FPL team, even if I got Newsy started, unless the other options were really not great. Rannock says, glad to have been part of the amazing charity stream. Thank you, Rannock. Thanks, Phoenix. David, Maddison and Gabrielle, or Saka and Udogie? Saka and Udogie, I think. I think I'm up to date with questions in terms of what's coming in at the moment. Rannock says, lock in your teams, guys, which I've got to agree with. Akshat says, happy to be part of the amazing stream. Keep up the good work, Holly. Thank you. Once a year is going to be enough, though. 14 minutes to go. I think even 5 hours in, it was okay. It's the beyond the 6-hour mark. My team is locked, so I've brought in Simicast and Watkins for you Doggy and Alvarez, but that was only because I only sold you Doggy because I needed the funds. We've been caught by one, guys. That you Doggy travelled. Don't know if he has. Someone playing tricks on us. Um, 12 minutes to the deadline. In terms of other news, still think this should be something to come potentially, but we've not got it at the minute. Mikkel says triple captain Salah. I don't think I'd go as far as that. Scammer says Haaland or Trippier. And Son and Saka and Bowen. I don't know if I understand the question. Damari, what to do with Højlund? Keep for the fixtures after City. Yeah. I think you could do. I just... The options among the forward lines, let's be honest, they're not great at the moment. I think there is maybe better options elsewhere. I don't know if I'd be keeping him. I think I'd prefer to have Alvarez right now. If you can hear small children in the background, I do apologise. I think it's an early bath for them, so I'll go from this to putting them to bed, and then it'll be tea time. But that means that tea isn't ready yet. We'll see. My expectations are low. Might be a cheeky takeaway yet. We'll see. Still nothing on you, Doggy. I don't think it's coming. Get looking in your teams, though. 10 minutes to go. Mr. Sightmaster says Darwin or Maddison. I have to bench one. Darwin. Abdullah, rate Kulusevski this week. I'm a bit indifferent on Kulusevski. He was great the season he joined Spurs, but not been so good since. Oh. We don't know if you Doggies even travelled, guys. I think that was a wind-up. Boxing connoisseur, Matoma or Martinelli? I have no Arsenal forward. Martinelli, if you can get there, if you don't need the funds for anything else. We don't know about you, Doggy. Yeah, you'll be all right, Robert. Rannoch says his Dallo a good punt. Not this week, no. We don't know if you Doggies travelled or not. I've got absolutely no news beyond that info we got yesterday. We're going to look at and assess. It's a short turnaround. I don't know if he does start. Even if he does start, I'm not sure he plays 90. FPL guy says you Doggy starts, heard a rumour. There isn't any leaks on Twitter. So if you've heard a rumour, let me know your source, because I can't see anything kind of from my end at the moment. Mr. Sightmaster, play Darwin or Maddison. I have to bench when I've done that one, I think. 8 minutes to lock in your teams. Salah captain, right? Yeah, Salah captain's the one to go with. Put my team back on screen again. I brought in Watkins and Simicast for you, Doggy, and Alvarez. I want to keep the tweet deck open in case we get any late news. I'd start Simicast over you, Doggy. Steve says Gay or Anderson. Neither, really. Prem, midfield of Salah, Palmer, Maddison, Bowen. Forwards of Haaland, Watkins, Darwin. Yeah, I'm not that keen on Darwin, if I'm honest. Maddison to Saka on a free transfer could work, but if you only got one free transfer, you could just roll the transfer. Good 4.5 million goalkeeper. I'm on Flecken. Don't mind him, but I think Areola Turn is also fine. Raul says good luck. KB's got no Salah, so going Watkins captain, which I think is a good call. Ronix says, and I've got to echo this, thanks to everyone that's donated to the charity and to everyone that's taken time out to be on the stream. Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. Support has been phenomenal. Didn't expect to get anywhere near this kind of donation. Yeah, upcoming fixtures are good for Saka, but it's still got in Newcastle next week to get through. Turner benching risk? Yeah, potentially, I guess. Can see why you'd want to avoid it for that. Yeah, nothing in terms of leaks. I'm just going to refresh it again. 6 minutes to go. In another chat, someone saying unverified Twitter mutterings that Richarlison doesn't start. Just same as what we've got covered. People kind of with Richarlison are now looking to move him on in case he doesn't start, which I think is okay. I think he was a hold if, you know, you owned until that, but I think that's enough to maybe go. I wouldn't do Simicast for you, Doggy, for a -8. I think that's a hit too far. 5 minutes to go. I would start Romero over you, Doggy. I think you've got to start Darwin if you own him, but I'm not convinced. Thanks to all the mods, by the way. Those that have been in here for the long haul have done amazing. Captain Salah or Watkins? Salah for me, but Watkins still very good. Start Saliba or Burn? Saliba, I think. Do I see Palace scoring? No, not really. Don't know. I did predict 2-1 earlier. That's just someone's reveal. Oh, another super in from Alan. I'm switching between you and the other Fantasy League streamers. You're doing well, Holly. Oh, thank you. That's taken us up now to £572.23. Doesn't seem to be going up exactly as it says, does it? But hey ho, we'll run with it. Which is amazing. that we've got that much in. Hopefully, when I update this, it doesn't crash in the final few minutes. Still no leaks, from what I can see. Oh, I got another one in from Simon. Bench one, Darwin, Alvarez, Matoma, Madison. Darwin or Alvarez? Probably Darwin. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that if there was any really late leaks, I mean, we're at 3 minutes to go, that we don't miss it. But it doesn't look like there is anything else, to be fair. Bit disappointing on the leaks front. Just what you can see on screen. We don't know about you, Doggy. Richarlison might not be starting again. Could happen, could not. Juice guys having the last minute Watkins Salah debate. Yes, Salah for me. Probably ought to put my team back on, hadn't I? Do I think it'll be a high point week? Yeah, potentially. 2 minutes to deadline. I'd go Saka captain over Haaland. I think 1 minute to go, guys. It's not looking great for you doggy owners to know whether he's in or not. But again, I think you'll probably let him go. I've got the tweet deck open just in case we get any late leaks. But with 1 minute to go, I wouldn't hold my breath. Support, though, honestly, has been phenomenal on this stream. We've been here for 6 hours. We've raised over £500 for cancer research, which is amazing. So thank you so much, everyone that's joined and supported today. I'll be able to let you know the final kind of numbers once it's all been added. Another one in from Colsando as well. Congratulations, you've done a great job. And the money you've raised is brilliant. Well done, everyone. But I hope you all blank. I like that. 10 seconds to go. We're not going to get anything new now, are we? Thank you. Honestly, guys, thank you so much for joining. It's been incredible. Support's been incredible. The voice has held up. The PC kind of held up. But, you know, I'll do it again next year. But, you know, I'm overwhelmed with how well it's gone. So thank you so much. And I'll be back soon with some more content.